Can you hear me now? You're on mute still, Matt. All right, you took your mute off. I can hear you now. You're on mute again.
All right, good.
Okay, now I hear you. You hear me? No, you're back on mute. Okay, but you're back on mute. Hey, everybody. Some technical difficulties. We appreciate you guys all being so loyal and patient as to hang in there. We're still apparently having technical difficulties because Matt and I were having trouble hearing each other. But Matt now it started working. We heard each other, and now see, I can see he keeps going into mute somehow. Mute. See, he keeps going to mute. He unmutes. He goes back into mute. So I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, that's really bizarre. But let's see if he can fix that up. 30 seconds of nothing wasn't worth it. Yeah, but why that doesn't do anything? That doesn't typically do anything. So why would that have done anything? See, I can hear you now, Matt, but in any second now, I'll see you go into mute probably. Okay, say something. Okay, yeah, your video is super slow now, so I don't know if this is gonna work. And now, yeah, you're back into you can hear me mode, but I can't hear you mode.
There we go.
Okay, now I heard that. But your video is super slow. For me, your video is super slow, and I don't hear you. No, now I'm back to not hearing you. Okay. You can still hear me. Okay, I'm hearing you now.
Yes.
Yeah, but your video is lagging the audio.
It appears to be, yeah. I don't know what's going on now. I mean,
Yeah.
this laptop has problems, which is why I didn't want to use it. If you want to shut me down for a second, I can try from the other computer again.
Yeah, you want me to put you down? Okay. All right, I'll remove you. Okay. All right. So yeah, sorry guys. Thank you again for being so patient. Obviously, never had technical difficulties that bad before. But while I'm here and while Matt tries to get himself going back up, he's going to try to go back to the other computer he was on earlier. And in the meantime, since you guys can hear me, we will for now go on. So let me please just do what I usually do, and let me say hello first to the new subscribers. No names this week, but there was 2 or 3 of you that subscribed, all anonymously. I couldn't see your names because of your own privacy settings, but thank you very much. I appreciate you guys for subscribing. Hopefully, whoever you are, you will tune in sometime live and see what the fun is all about. Like tonight, look how fun it's already been. Kidding. But in all honesty, yeah. Hopefully, you tune in during a live a show. That's not tonight. And here we have Matt automatically on mute again.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Oh, good. The 15th time was the charm.
And Kavi,
I think it's yeah. As soon as I connected, we can hear you again. I don't know. Should I just stay connected in the background and just unmute? Because I'm not going to be able to be in the chat and back here in StreamYard at the same time.
I had to actually unplug the headphone mic, which I've never had to do, which is strange.
Okay, so I'm gonna bounce out again. Hopefully it works.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Cool. You can still hear me, Matt?
Yep.
Okay. And you sound pretty loud like you normally do for the first time now. So
yep.
Hopefully it's that. And okay, sounds good. Let's keep it going. So yeah, thank you to the new subscribers. I appreciate you. Let me do my usual quick promos, if I may. I got a couple here from Carl. For those of you who do not subscribe and only check in once in a while, or maybe if you've never checked it out before, Carl did an unboxing. And let me see here. So I'm sure you heard that email come in. I hate that. I got to shut my email down again. I'm going to put that into the chat here. So let's paste this. So there's an unboxing from Carl. And he also did a second one this week. He did an action figure unboxing, if that's your thing. Actually, a bunch of toys. So that was interesting. So a bunch of toys. It was very much like his very own Santa Claus this week. So here we go with that. There's that link right there. All right. And then last but not least, let me pull up Nikki B's, because I got, for the third consecutive week, I got a direct link to next week's show. And that is here. Yeah, it finally works. All right. Okay. So that's a direct link to Nikki B show, everybody. So here's the lovely gentleman himself. 7 p.m. every Friday evening, 4 o'clock afternoon for you Pacific West Coasters. And I hear tell he has art for sale every Friday. So tune into that and see if you can stake your claim on some of Nikki B's art. All right. So that's good. Perfect timing. There's like four dozen people or whatever it is. It's 40 people at least. So perfect timing for me to do Nikki B's promo. So that's great. And I heard that too, Matt. And I believe, let me just double check, make sure the promos are all done. And they are indeed done. But for Nikki B, that is at right here on YouTube at YouTube/the EXP. All right, the show is the original art experience, so easy to find right here. Just do a search for the EXP. All right. Okay, now I'm going to go back into the comments, say hello to people. Not from the start, because that was a disaster. Way too many jokes about how our technical issues, and such helpful people. Not going to go through all that, but we're going to say a quick hello just as the group. Thank you to everybody. Appreciate you again. Thanks for tuning in and sticking around this long through our technical difficulties. Would you, Matt, and you, Kavi, would you guys say, who would you say was the issue? Who was the person with the actual problem, the technical problem, would you think?
I think it's a StreamYard issue.
Yeah?
It's weird that usually I have to have my headphones in to use the mic on the headphones to be able to speak on the show. And now it wasn't letting me do it. When I'd plug it in, the sound would go out. I'd pull it out. The sound would come back a little bit. So on my end, I could see that. But that doesn't explain why I couldn't hear you. That was a whole completely different issue. So I think that there was some StreamYard voodoo happening.
Okay. All right. Okay. So whatever that is, I don't know. That's it is what it is. But it seems to be good now. So let's hope that it sticks that way. And let's just see who's been here from the last couple of minutes. Sorry if I skip everybody else. Comic Art Boston probably needs to leave. The Heritage Auction is still on, he says. So not really. Yeah, what a pain in the ass. Ungodly Long HA section. Yeah, exactly. Rest in peace, Chuck Woolery. Yes, sir. Nick has some guests, Paul Miotti and Amanda Conner. That was this past Friday. You missed that. If you missed it, you catch it on rewind. Alberto, I was on the road most of the day, so I missed all the pieces I was interested in. Okay, talking about HA. I'm late. What philosophically historical bits of artistic wisdom did I miss? Just
luckily you missed nothing yet, Tom. We had some technical issues.
Tech issues. But I'm sure you didn't. I'm sure you didn't miss the Chicago Bears losing overtime, though. I know you didn't miss that. I did this for Matt. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you for whatever it is that you think you did. Yeah, Don Newton Alfredo Alcala. Without me having your login, I can't say 100% certainty, but probably StreamYard. Thanks, Kavi. All right. I thought you had my login, by the way. What's up, Scotty? Blaine, Canada. And the ghost of Wayne Fonts. Yeah. Sadar messing with me now. Yeah. Technical issues. Missed an IT. So yeah, exactly. Chuck Woolery. Yeah, I read all about that. That was fun. The show is brought to you by Canada Post. Thank you. Exactly. No service from me.
Thank you, Stanley.
Matt is back. He's the best. Look at that. Look at that. He is, though. He's pretty awesome. He's pretty awesome. What do you think I have him on so much, man? I lost power on Tuesday with a huge windstorm and got power back. Why are you trying to rob our, attention from us, you know? We're the ones having problems. Nobody cares about you, Sean. I'm kidding. So you missed Heritage? Yeah, what are you going to do? If it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be. Go 4 hours to make up for lost time. Yeah, I'm sure. Trust me. I'm sure he would do that whether we lost time or not. If years ago isn't saved. Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look for a copy and get it to you. Now is the love connection with Matt. Exactly. Okay, well, the nice thing is that since we've already gone 38 minutes, we don't need to do any of the usual shenanigans. And just wanted to say, of course, good to see you again. Good to be with you as always, Matt. Appreciate that.
Well, yes, of course.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anything that you will be doing out of curiosity? Will you be doing Thanksgiving on Thursday?
Yes.
Okay.
Here in town, group of people. I actually have to cook some elote and probably some green beans. So
okay.
I'll get my ingredients the day before, start that the night before, and just bring it over
there. You're doing a shindig at your place, or you're
no at a friend's house. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you got to.
Now I've also been asked to bring, because I shared on our little group chat the Dwight D. Eisenhower recipe for eggnog, which has basically a quart of bourbon in it. And everybody's like, make that. So yeah, I'm gonna have to be separating 12 egg yolks from the egg whites and whipping them for 30 minutes to make proper Ike eggnog.
Wow. Well, I don't envy you, but I do wish you the best. I hope it is fun either way.
Yes, I'm sure.
Look at that. You already got a fan here. Jason's loving it. Yeah. Oh, share that now, Matt.
I'll post his recipe on my IG.
Dr. Ladwig, and I'm not joking. Dr. Ladwig, he's a pulmonologist, as we've mentioned in the past. For those of you who remember catching it, he likes to smoke the occasional cigar. The pulmonologist. And apparently likes to drink with it too. So you had him at bourbon. He said, "Look at he's going all out, man. He doesn't have no shame. He admits it." So look at that. Wow. Okay. Well, good. I'm glad. I hope that you do have a good time.
How about you? What do you do? Anything fun?
Well, it's not Thanksgiving for us. You know.
Oh, that's right. You guys had it last month.
Yeah, we had it last month. You know, but it's not the big deal here that it is for you guys.
Right.
You know, so for here, Christmas is still the biggest holiday, you know? Yeah, I mean, I grew up, you know, European parents, you know, immigrants from Europe, they never ate turkey. So turkey just wasn't a thing in our family.
Right.
And because of that, you know, our connection to Thanksgiving and turkey per se was, you know, you watch TV, you watch movies, you know, you always watched American television, you know, network television, you know, you see Thanksgiving episodes or Thanksgiving scenes in movies, you know, what have you. And, oh, okay, everybody always eats turkey on Thanksgiving, what have you. But since it wasn't a staple of our diet, but chicken was, my mom, and since it looks similar but smaller, I guess my mom felt, oh, we should still kind of quasi-celebrate it. I'll make chicken on that day instead of turkey, since we don't eat turkey. And she would always make chicken with French fries, gravy, and some mashed potatoes or whatever. And okay,
that is the most Canadian Thanksgiving I've ever heard of in my life. You got your poutine, you got different bird. So to fulfill Tom's request for bizarre historical knowledge, Ben Franklin had actually pitched the turkey to be the official American bird. It was shot down in favor of the American eagle.
The turkey, who was it? Ben Franklin?
Ben Franklin, yep.
Wanted the turkey as the official American bird?
Yep.
Oh, well, I would have to say I'm glad he got overruled, because there's nothing cooler than the eagle bird.
I mean, maybe the turkey would have a completely different reputation now if it had been selected as the official bird of the United States of America. Who's to say? Who's to say?
Making sauerkraut while listening to you guys struggle to make the show. For all you do, this bud's for you. Appreciate it, Steve.
Itchy.
There we go. No turkey. Ooh, lamb. When I was a kid, we would have lamb. Yeah, that's a European thing.
So lasagna. Like Thanksgiving lasagna became a thing, apparently,
really?
Back in the 19th century in the United States. Yes.
See, for Covey, it's Chinese restaurant time.
Yep. That for us, that's like January 1st.
Okay, that's funny. For us, that used to be like when I got older and I just wanted to hang out on Christmas with friends rather than my mom.
Yeah,
I would, because we always used to do, Europeans typically do Christmas Eve.
Yeah. Right.
But then you kind of always felt obligated to also go back again the next day for lunch on Christmas Day, And when I got older, I was like, let me spend Christmas Day with friends and stuff. We already did Christmas Eve, and so Christmas Day, sometimes we would hit the Chinese restaurant, like in Chinatown, and then we would go to the movies, or we'd go to the movies, right? And then hit Chinatown or whatever, either or vice versa kind of thing. Yeah. So Peter says that he was promoting his business, Ben Franklin Turkey Farms. Is that true?
Also a very American thing to take advantage of one's position of power to
Yeah. They found out Ben was drinking too much bourbon.
He's probably drinking George Washington's bourbon.
Hey, what's up, Ian? His mom's making lasagna right now. Apparently,
a very American thing. There's a precedent. There's a historical precedent.
That is funny. Look at that. A scavenger. That's funny. No conflict of interest there. No, not at all. Joke, says Peter. Okay, he's joking. All right. Hey, what's up, Ilya? Wild Turkey Bourbon.
Wild Turkey makes really good bourbon. The Russell's Reserve is from the Wild Turkey family. And the Wild Turkey 100 proof is considered like a really good bourbon to be a standard bourbon at a bar.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not a drinker, really. So, really, I was never into the liquor. I was into beer only. And I never liked the liquor stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah. For a little while, I would drink the ones that sort of tasted more like less like liquor, like in the 90s, this green one became popular called melon balls, I think it was. It had a honeydew melon kind of flavor.
Well, it has, what is it? That's got Midori in it. So it's Midori, usually vodka, I think, as well. And then maybe a fruit juice, like either an orange juice or a pineapple juice. God, it's been so long since I was a bartender, but we definitely made our share of melon balls back in the day.
Yeah. You're right, Ilya. I may have to start drinking after today's intro. That was a disaster. Makers Mark 46, only one worth drinking, says Corey. What's up, Corey? Hey, and by the way, Corey, I believe, just to let all of you know, in case it's not just, because I'm pretty sure it's not just Corey. I think there's a few of you guys. So I did 2 shipments. So I shipped out a bunch of packages on November 7th. All right. So that was 17 days ago or something. And then again on the 11th. And Corey, I believe you're still waiting on the package. But even though Canada Post went on strike, all of those packages got out of Canada before that strike anyway. So I can tell you that it looks like the Christmas crunch in the United States Postal Service has it's started already, because half the packages that I sent have arrived, but the other half haven't arrived, And there's messages that I'm getting when I'm checking up the tracking. There's messages saying, oh, delays or whatever. So I apologize to all of you who've been waiting. Yeah, stuck in Louisville. Exactly. I saw it in Kentucky. Okay, so you have other packages there too. Okay, so at least you know it's not just some kind of a problem with my package. Yeah. So USPS, just so you all should know now, it looks like the crunch started earlier than usual. Like I said, I shipped my first big batch on November 7th, and within 3 to 4 days from that, so by the 11th, 12th, they started getting delayed in different parts of the United States. So you guys are having issues now. I can tell you that for many, many years, I have always told my buyers from the midpoint of November onwards, when I get orders, I take the order, but I tell them right away, I tell everybody right away, look, the Christmas crunch is here. I'd be happy to ship you your package right now. But please don't email me if in 4 weeks it hasn't arrived yet and you're wondering where it is, and don't email me to ask me if I can call up the post office. This is what happens, So I've always kind of taken to doing that, and most people understand, and they're like, yeah, cool, that's no hurry, whatever. And I tell them, you know what? It doesn't mean that on January 2nd I'm going to ship it either, because typically I'd rather wait a couple of weeks into January for that, for them to clear out the system, Yeah. And, again, most people they're willing to wait a month and a half, 2 months if they have to. They're just like, whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Rather the packages be safe than lost potentially, So there you go. So yeah, thanks for letting me know, Corey. Louisville has become a giant hub for mail for some reason. That's interesting. Yeah. I haven't heard that term in a long time. Okay. It's something else. My package took 11 days from Canada. Yeah. And you're one of the luckier ones, Ian. You're one of the luckier ones. That wasn't too bad. Because like I said, typically to Southern California anyways, it's 7 to 9 days from me, from where I am. It's 7 to 9. So yours was only 2 days out from my average, So that a little bit late. But everybody after, aside from you now, they're waiting 17 days, 18 or whatever it's been now. So yeah, so I'm going to try to keep, I'm telling everybody else now, you want to buy something, it's fine. But yeah, I don't want to ship anything till the new year. And if you don't want to buy, that's cool too. I'd rather lose the sale. That's whatever. Everybody's having problems with this package. Not that package. Where's the Pixar movie about the X-Men packages with fun personalities that go on side adventures during the holidays? I don't know. Sonny says packages have been moderate so far. And yeah, you're a carrier. But again, you carry for a small, tiny little portion of the country. So you don't really get a good view of, generally what's happening. Although your bosses may give you information as to, slowdowns and whatnot, I assume. So no dragons. I actually know 2 people who work there, so they've been looking for mine. Relatable for sure. And Jay has been horrible for delays since September. Really interesting. Wow. Ship it through FedEx. No, I can do that, but I don't want to. I mean, if you look at my website, I put a message saying, if you're willing to pay the extra cost, I'll do UPS, not FedEx. FedEx is even more expensive, and UPS is already way more expensive than what I'm charging for the $27 that I charge for the postal service. Yeah, I'd rather really not deal with it, to be honest. I just don't want to deal with it.
It's actually cheaper, I think, for you to send from Canada to the U.S. than it is for us to send from the U.S. to Canada.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've said this many times. I've said it many times. What costs me $27 to get to you, for you to send back to me is on average $45.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it. So how
I had a sale fall through from Comic Art Live last weekend. A buyer in Canada who it was like trying to figure out, he wanted the cheapest postage possible. I'm like, well, if I want it insured, and I'm just, I'm out. If you don't get it, I'm out everything. And so like trying to figure out the easiest way to do it. And he's like, oh, actually I could get it mailed to, somewhere on the border. I'm like, why don't you tell me that? That's a hell of a lot cheaper. And it went back and forth. And then finally, I think he just spotted something else he wanted more and just canceled it. I honestly don't blame him. I get it's frustrating.
Yeah.
But it would also made me run through my paces a lot more than I probably should have for a non-sale.
You know what? Better a non-sale, I think, than to put yourself in a position. Look, when somebody asks for the cheapest shipping,
yeah,
what you're saying is, yeah, make it go the slowest route possible. Like, why? Even when you're getting a quicker service at this time of year, you're probably going to run into problems, with delays and stuff. They care less, even less about the packages that you purposely pay less for. You're asking for trouble. So when I deal with people like that, it's like, no, that's just not going to happen. I'd rather you not buy it. Thank you.
Yeah. And it was also, like a third-party piece. It was a consignment piece.
Oh,
I think Mark $350, and I got him $25 off when he asked for that. So it was like this and this and this and this and this, and then nothing. It's like, what a waste of time. But again, like I say, I don't blame him necessarily. Like, it was a frustrating process. Yeah, for both of us.
Yeah, exactly. And Marcus, that's it. You don't get to send the present this year. Yay! Awesome. I appreciate the thoughts, though. I'm going to be watching the Lions on Thursday. That's for sure. That's how I'll be celebrating Thanksgiving, Stanley. That's exactly right. And
that's optimism.
Huh?
That's optimism.
That's it. Yes.
Celebrating may be lamenting Thanksgiving.
No, not me. I had 2 Cat Live packages shipped Monday on the 18th and received them on the 20th. Yeah, listen, it doesn't mean it's spotty, right? It's spotty, and it all depends on what locations that are like the big hubs in the country to serve different parts of the country. Yeah. Some of them have issues because they're overwhelmed. Others don't. So that's it. It just depends also where it's coming from, what route it takes to get to you. So that's the thing, well, even you were surprised. Exactly, Caesar. And everybody, don't forget, in a couple of weeks, is it 2 weeks or maybe 3 weeks, Caesar will be back like last year to do a live unboxing. 23 packages he's going to open up for all of us. And I'm going to open up 1 package because I just got it because it was delivered from Canada. So that's why I got it. Didn't go through the border. And it didn't go through Canada Post. It went through some alternative service. I had a package come 5 miles away to me from, in Wisconsin that went to Fargo, then Chicago, and back to me 10 days later. Well, there you go, CJ. What's up, CJ?
There was a whole thing. There was a U.S. Postmaster Senate or congressional hearing where they were talking about how come this has to leave. One senator was asking the postmaster, why in Northern Nevada do we have to send a package back to California and then, all these places and there's like this massive delay in mail. And the answer was basically like different post offices are different sizes and we have to take advantage of the size of the vehicles. Like stuff has to offload. Like if you can't execute a successful delivery, it has to go back to where there's actually space to store packages. Apparently, the number of packages being mailed in the United States using the Postal Service, so not counting Amazon's own infrastructure, just the stuff being sent through the USPS is something like 2 or 3 times what it was in the 1970s.
Wow. Look, Lee is saying that his priority is moving real slow for my Cal win. Sent Tuesday, still in Florida. That's it. It just depends where you are and what route it takes, what hub it has to go through, So shipping
Lee won that death piece, right?
What do you mean won?
There was a death piece in Jiggy's live on Comic-Con Live that I think he won.
He'll tell you in a second, I guess. We lived in Naperville in the 90s. We like Chicago burbs. Stanley says he loves the annual Caesar package opening show. It's fun. It's fun to see, watch somebody and live vicariously through them as they open up and you get to see
the patience of not opening 27 packages, just letting them accumulate to open them all at once. Oh, I know.
We talked about that last time. That's crazy. To me, it's crazy. To most people, it's crazy. But he can wait. He doesn't. He said, "I don't know. I'm not in a hurry." Okay, we not only deliver USPS, we also get packages every day from Amazon, right? FedEx, UPS, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's nutty. My item was shipped last week from Cal, still not here, was priority. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It depends. Yeah, it just depends. It's not going to be for everybody. Some people will get lucky, others don't. That's the bottom line. But anyways, everybody, let's move on with this. Get into the show here since we had a 38-minute screw up, slow down, and made us lose a handful of people, not too many. Caesar is a special man. I'm sure he appreciates that. He's watching. I think he's still watching.
Alhambra's finest.
But yeah, man, I guess we could get into the show. Just want to let you guys know, those of you who were here a couple of weeks ago and saw the first part of this series, show, if you want, you're aware of how it went. Tonight's not, it's almost the exact same thing, but I want to let you guys know, and perfect timing, Kavi, because this is what I'm talking about, percentages here. Last week, you may remember, what we were doing was showing on comparison of sales price to the resale sales price. So the final sales price, the first time it sold, and then when that buyer resold it, what it finally sold for, right? And then you'll remember, I said a lot about, hey, keep in mind that to that person reselling it, to their pocket on a net and percentage basis, it's a larger percentage and net loss, right? Than you see on the written on the slides, right? Because of selling fees, buyer fees, and all that stuff. So
expect
for tonight,
20%, basically, right? Expect an additional 20% loss.
Yeah, and this week I figured, you know what? Not on every slide. So we got again 15 examples like 2 weeks ago, but not on every example. Only the ones where I knew for a fact, for sure, were resold. When I knew where they were resold, then what I did was I put the standard percentage loss in terms of final price compared to final price. But this time on those where I know where it was resold, I added in smaller font. So some of you, if you're watching on a tiny tablet or a phone, you probably won't read it, but I'm going to read them out anyway, so it's fine. But I added 2 extra bits of info. I added what the resell, this is the buyer, and then who became the reseller. I added the percentage loss, the minimum percentage loss. Were they one of those people lucky enough to have a no seller fees deal from Heritage? Okay. And I also included the percentage loss to that person's pocket on a more likely basis. In other words, if it was at Heritage, if it was at Comic Link, we know that I could calculate 10% off, what it sold for. If it was Heritage, most people, if you're not lucky enough to have the seller fee waived, most people get a deal where it's okay, we'll charge you only 10%, right? So I put the percentage loss for that person to their pocket.
Well, most Heritage sale percentages are 20%.
Well, that's their default policy.
Yeah.
I can't say, to be honest, Matt, I can't say I know anybody in this hobby who has ever told me when I asked, hey, how much do you get? That they've told me, well, it's 20 on the buyer and 20 on the seller, so I lose both. Yeah. No, they've always, the worst I've heard from somebody I know, they told me, oh, they gave me a 5% deal or whatever, so they charged me 15% instead of 20.
It really depends what it is. Like, I know that during the, was it Anime and Everything Awesome or whatever, when they did volume 2 of that, like I thought I had some pretty killer sells, and I'm like, look, I want to get a better percentage, and they were like, we're not going to give you a better percentage. Like, they were just really just like flat out, we don't do that anymore. We don't care. So like, I think in the last, certainly from the pandemic forward, they have such a backlog of people willing to sell that I don't know a lot of people that are paying, certainly not a lot less than 15%.
Yeah, there you go.
Some people are paying 22%.
Well, how do you get the extra 2%?
Some new buyers that haven't sold before,
yeah,
they're tasking with 22% if they don't think it's going to go for a certain amount. Like they have to get their
really?
Yeah. And it may not necessarily be on comic art. It may be on things like watches or coins.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Scott here is saying, look, they offered me 15% on a 50-page lot that I'm going to send.
50-page lot, I can totally see that.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Look, guys, there's I can't fill in the entire slide with a bunch of so much information and data that you're not going to be able to see it or read it or whatever. So I put more than enough, and like I said, we'll talk about it for those of you watching on a smaller device that you can't read it yourself. So we'll do that.
I mean, that also makes it harder to figure out the ancillary charges. So like if you're sending 50 pages in, you're probably sending 50 pages in one package, as opposed to, like if you're sending 8 pages, you're sending 8 pages in one package. So aggregating the cost per artwork of what you're paying to ship it and insure it.
Right. That's why we're not talking about, it's no point in talking about that. That's for the same reason we can repeat once or twice that, hey, and don't forget, if you think that's bad, if the guy lived in a state where there are many where they have sales tax, he paid even more than you see here on the slide, right? So we know that. There's no point in talking about that. You have that at the back of your head. So the numbers could get even worse than the worst we're showing, to the buyer, to the ultimate seller, reseller, So that's it, man. All right. You ready to get into this, Matt?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's do it. So you can just hand over the art to them at a convention.
I used to actually drive, when I lived in LA, I would drive it to them in Beverly Hills. And then, since I've moved, I haven't sold anything through them.
Yeah. If you can,
Yeah.
Go time. That's right. All right, everybody. Let us get into this, and thank you. We're reclaiming our people that went away. Yes, you guys who just popped in, we are getting into this, and we're going to show the art right now. 39. So hopefully a few of you come back, and we get back into the 40s again. But yeah, let's cue this up, and let's check this out. All right. So first example here tonight. Check this one out, everybody. Not a big loss in terms of percentage, but here, keep in mind what I was saying 2 weeks ago, how even when it seems like a small loss, just keep in mind that, hey, like when you look at the art, it's pretty good. It either has great content or it's from a good artist. And so it's even when you see a small percentage loss, it's still surprising. It still makes you wonder, like, wow, like it really is dangerous to resell when you're not taking a longer term approach, and also remember what we said a couple of weeks back over and over. If you bought at auction in particular, and you're going to turn it over and resell it like in a fairly short amount, period of time, you're better off not reselling it at the same venue you bought it from, especially if it's heritage,
Easily trackable.
Yeah. So there you go. Yes, sir. The charts, baby, to the moon. Okay, so here he is. First example is this. Check it out. A wonderful page, in my opinion, Matt, from a really wonderful series. I don't know if you've read it. I thought it was a great read, great art by Michael Lark. And listen, Batman didn't appear throughout the entire series. He made some cameo appearances here and there. So to have a 60% splash here of him, swooping down on Mr. Freeze, I think that's considered a pretty killer page if you're into Batman, and especially if you like Gotham Central as a series, if you like Michael Lark. What do you think?
Was this Millar or was this Ed Brubaker?
I believe this was Brubaker.
Yeah, I think it was his first work for DC, and got him a lot of attention. People really started enjoying him, and then he very quickly hopped over to Marvel. It's funny, this doesn't really look much like a Michael Lark page as I know him, because I know him mainly from his Daredevil run, but it is a really nice page. I mean, it's more stylized in a way that makes it somewhat, I would say, more attractive.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of fans here, a lot of fans of the series, and some fans of the, of the page itself. Yeah, for sure. Almost a Batman.
High price though for a Michael Lark page.
Yeah, look, this sold, and I remember thinking, I was like, we were in the midst of, COVID booming, everything's booming, and I was like, it's it seems like it should be worth around that price. That seems fine to me, for the quality of the art and the fact that it's a great series, Lee thinks that it's a reasonable price, so there you go. Great and tough, like, because he's got that minimalist style for sure, Steve. So here we go. So this was January of 22. And then the buyer here turned it over and resold it more than most. He held on to this longer than most, right? So here we go again, January of 22. So if you go to January of 24, you're at 2 years, add 5 more months. So 2 years. Yeah, 2 years, 5 months. And just to make it clear, everybody, I don't consider personally 2 years, 2.5 years long term. It's still not long. In this hobby, it feels like it's long term.
If it's less than 7 years, it's definitely not a long term purchase. And I've even had arrangements with when I bought art or when selling art to certain people where there's a stipulation that you cannot resell within a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
In order to guarantee a certain price. And it's usually 7 or 10 years. But I would say that 7 counts as like you've held on to it a little bit.
I'm even willing to say 5 because it's a round number, and people in the hobby typically who end up reselling, the vast majority never reach even close to 5. You know what I mean? So when we see the longer held examples of resales, typically like the ones from 2 weeks ago that we showed, the longer ones were, I think there was one that was around 4 years. I think there were a couple that were like 2 years and 6 months, 2 years and 9 months, something like that, And most of them were like a year and 4 months, less than a year, just a few months, right? So I'd say 5 or more, okay, at least there. I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't give you bad, I wouldn't give you shit. In other words, if you told me,
not a flipper if it's a 5-year hold, is basically what you're saying.
Exactly. So let's check it out. So ultimately, it was sold for $1,600. So it really only lost whatever. Here we check it out again. It lost $80 from sale to sale. Okay, but resold on Comic Link, only a 4.8% loss. Now, out of pocket, we know that, of course, to that person, because of the 10% sales fee, he actually lost 14.3%, which is a fairly substantial loss when you take into consideration, again, we're not talking about some crappy art, no-name artist with a, bad quality content. It's great quality content, beautiful page, great artist from a great series. That's what is shocking to me, right? And so in this case, I don't have anything to say bad to the reseller, the buyer who became the reseller. I have nothing bad to say. Like, he held on to it longer than most people who resell. It did ultimately sell for around the same price. So I got nothing to say to him that's bad, but just to all of you out there who think that, hey, making money in this is easy. It's just kind of a good example that even when you have great stuff, it's not guaranteed. Even if you hold on to it for a decent amount of time, still not guaranteed, right?
Here's an interesting thing and an interesting aspect to this. As a Michael Lark artwork, you can right now probably go on to Mark Hayes' website and find a bunch of pages from Michael Lark from Brubaker and his award-winning Daredevil run. And some of those pages are 1/3 of the price of that page. And likely to have Daredevil in one panel the same way as that. And maybe those pages are a little bit more, like $500. Now, the Gotham Central was a much shorter run, so there's less pages. So if you want a Michael Lark Batman page, and if you're a Batman collector and you want a Batman, page from every award-winning team, then that's going to bring in a premium. But I'm going to go the other way and say that I'm amazed, as you said, that it didn't lose a lot of money, because you're talking about 2022, which is like the peak of the pandemic pricing. And 2 years later, where we're at the bottom of like post-pandemic pricing, it went for about the same.
But don't forget, Matt, we're at the bottom, but we didn't it's not like the hobby bottomed. It's not like we had a crash like in comics, right? It just kind of, I felt like it's slow. People started to slow down with the buying to some degree, but it's not like there was any kind of like correction across.
Oh, let me adjust the statement and say that it was the bottom of the comic market.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah,
art market.
Yeah, that's key. Yeah.
But the fact that it stayed the same speaks for those of you who bought those pages when they were first available. You've made a fortune, because those pages were $200, $300. Back when Mark Hay first put them out on the market for Michael Lark. So when you look at it from that perspective, Michael Lark was a great investment. That if you had held on to it for 15, 16, 20 years, that those pages really got very, very valuable. But I think that's the point that this show makes, right? 2 points. One, that if you hang on to something for 20 years, you are likely to make money. Even, I think, people who bought at the top of the market in 2021 and 2022, that by 2041, 2042, that will make enough value that a 15% haircut from an auction house, you're probably still going to make money. I mean, there's at the very, very top, people are paying millions of dollars for things like, will that Venom page, hold its value in 20 years? Will if Venom is still an important character? Very possibly. If people get sick of Venom, then it could be Howard the Duck. I mean, Howard the Duck and Conan were two of the most popular characters in the 1970s. There's nostalgia for that stuff because it's of a certain age, but they're not at the peak popularity that they once were. The second lesson, and I'll get this out of the way right up front, and I mentioned this in the Instagram post promoting this show, is that there's a heads I win, tails you lose aspect to sales through auction houses. The only winner at an auction house guaranteed is the auction house. They are making money no matter what. They're the only entity in the buyer-seller auction house structure that will make money. Now, someone had commented earlier, it's like, oh, well, if you don't want to take that haircut, you can always sell it on CAF, except that you can't. Except I put up 48 pieces last weekend and I sold a couple.
Hold on, Matt. Hold on. Let me just interject quick and just say, you don't want to go negative against what that guy said, because 2 weeks ago, you and I were saying, before you go and shove it back at the
try and sell it directly. Try and sell it directly.
You should try.
But there is no guarantee.
Yeah, there's no guarantee, of course. But you should absolutely try before you just throw it back at an auction house. Absolutely. Yeah.
But what I was saying, because they're like, oh, you could just sell it. It's like, well, you could try to sell it, but there's no guarantee. Maybe this person did have it on CAF for a bit before they chose to sell it. I remember seeing it. I actually have a verification. I have a notification set for Michael Lark because there's a couple pages I'm looking for. Not ironically for that series. There's a couple pages from Daredevil that I want. I had pieces that I've had out for sale that I pulled back because I just love that run and I love the last issue particularly. But hey Gil. But yeah, I mean, so I think that's a really important thing to bear in mind as we go deeper into bigger losses here, that there's one person that's making money on every single sale that we're going to talk about, and it's the auction house, which is not to say that you shouldn't sell through auction houses. You do it because they have access to buyers that you don't have access to. Yeah. But you have to kind of look at the market and figure like, okay, where are we? What's been selling? Should I hold this back? Should I keep this for a few more years? I think people that are investing in comic art the way that they might invest in stocks and treat them the same way are like, I just rather take the loss now and have that money to reinvest and move into something that I appreciate more. That's harder to do. That's the whole point of the show, right? That's a much harder to do thing in the art market because there's just so many other variables around unique things than around things that are the exact same thing.
Yes, thank you. We've obviously got to keep it going because otherwise it'll be another 5-hour, 15-minute show. But there's some good comments, so I don't want to just skip them. So real quick, I'll handle these quickly, even though I can talk more about them, but we got to keep it going, so I'll keep it brief. So the first one is here. Stanley says, these shows are making me scared to buy art. I'm sure he's at least half joking. In case you're serious, and if anybody watching is seriously serious about that and they feel that way, keep in mind, I just want to say, keep in mind that even these examples, of what we're showing here tonight and 2 weeks ago, it's still the absolute tiniest percentage of everything that does end up selling, resells or whatever, sells for lower, so most art does ultimately make you money over time. You know what I mean? So don't be scared. It's the odds are still in your favor, Stanley. So there you go.
The comments, our point of view is we're against short-term speculation.
Right.
That short-term speculation is not a smart strategy in this market.
Exactly. And might want to make it clear also, we are not saying that all these examples that we showed 2 weeks ago and tonight, we are not saying that we have any proof whatsoever that these pieces that were bought and resold were done so by the speculator.
The same person. Right.
Right. I have no idea. We don't know the reasons. We don't know who did them, who bought, who sold, or what the reasons were for resale. We don't know anything about that. That's all the kind of stuff you can just speculate on and assume that it's possible they were speculating for the fun of it. Maybe they needed the money, or they just don't care about the art anymore. Well, whatever. There's many reasons. We don't know what those reasons are. Okay. I don't know the buyers and sellers of these pieces. Neither does Matt. We're just showing you examples of things that sold once, resold again. And that, the ultimate point being that we talk a lot about how much money this stuff always goes up. And it is true for the most part. But nobody ever talks about, hey, there's still some pieces, even with great artists, great characters, great titles, that lose money, So that's all we're trying to say, So just be careful, be aware of that. That's all. The second comment I want to address also was, TJ, do you think flipping a piece fast makes it appear like a weak piece? Yes. I
don't think so necessarily.
Okay. I say yes. And oftentimes when you see the quickly flipped pieces, those pieces, if you were to gather up as many examples as you can find, right, of quickly flipped pieces, meaning like, I don't know, 6 months or less, let's say, most of those quickly flipped ones, at least from what I remember seeing over time, lose money, not make money. And I think I have always felt, and I say this because this is how I as a collector feel personally. When I see that happen, I'm always like, oh, hey, there's that piece again. Jesus, didn't that just sell like 3 months ago or 4 months ago or whatever? Like, and it makes me feel negative. Like I feel negative about it now. Like I'm not so interested in that piece anymore. You know what I mean? And yeah,
I'm not above trolling someone though either. I'm definitely not above trolling somebody by buying a piece and immediately sticking it out there. If it's something that I kind of didn't care about. Right. And then also of like, sometimes pieces go really cheap and there is a great opportunity for a quick flip. So, there's an exception to everything we're going to talk about. And so I'm like, it can signal weakness. It can also be like people slept 4 days ago on a sale of something that should have gone for a lot more. And so why should you have to wait to recoup money if you know you can sell it for more? When you put it out and it sits, that can hurt the artist's resale market overall. But if you're not the artist, why should you care? If you're not invested in their price point, and maybe that's a strategy. Maybe you're trying to drive down that artist price so that you can pick up something cheaper. I mean, there's a whole lot of reasons why people do things. And I don't think that any of them can necessarily be stipulated by, a kind of blanket statement.
Yeah. Kavi says that, isolated examples don't define the market as a whole. And of course, these are still in the vast minority, right? Yeah. And Steve says the trick in trying to sell directly is you kind of have to fish for the buyer, unlike an auction where the auction house is kind of fishing for you. I think you're just trying to say basically when you're trying to sell directly, you're hoping that somebody sees it and the right person who would be the right customer for that sees it to make that, and you're able to make that sale. Whereas when you go to auction, you know it's a guaranteed sale. It's just a question of how much time it's going to take for you to send it in until they finally get it into the auction, until you finally get paid for it. Yeah, it's a guaranteed sale. There's pluses and minuses to all types of selling venues. You just got to be smart about it. But the thing is, Steve, here's the thing. This is why I always say, and this is what we kept repeating ad nauseum last week, and what we've already done today, is that's why it doesn't hurt to at least try the direct sale. Why? We didn't mention this last week. I'll mention it now. So typically, if you try to sell something, let's say it's in your cap gallery, or if you have a website, or let's say one of the groups on Facebook, okay, whatever it is, I advise people do that first and give it 48 hours, just at least 48 hours. It's not much to ask. And I'll tell you why. Because having sold through a website since the 1990s, I can tell you that the vast majority of sales, when you drop new art available for sale onto a platform at a fixed price, the vast majority of sales will happen in the first day, most of them within the first couple of hours. And then by the next day, you might get a straggler or two. So you give it one extra day just in case, but usually in that second 24-hour period, oftentimes you don't get anything. So really, you will know whether you will have found or been lucky enough to find that direct sale really fast. If that doesn't work, sure, pack it up, send it off to whatever your preferred auction house. There you go. At least you tried. You know what I mean? So there you go. All right. So thank you for that. We should get on. I'll just check quickly for comments. Real good. Yeah, number one. Yeah. Tom says buy art because you love it, not just for the potential. Exactly. And then you won't have to worry so much about this stuff. Hey, what's up, Max Sin City? I won't be buying OA in a year or so, putting a kiddo into daycare. You got to do what you got to do, man. You know, the opinions on the show are the hosts and do not reflect the station or the employees of the station. Yeah, thanks, Sean. What's up? That is me as well, Marvel fan. There you go. I needed it for my Coke habit. There you go. Sniffing the Coke. Oh, what are you gonna do?
Maybe it's Mexican Coke. Maybe it's it's just he likes the sugar.
Good evening to you, my friend. Good evening to you. Marcus must need bricks. Hi, Mac. Agree with the frequent resale of a priest. Yeah. So, anyways, TJ. It was a TJ who asked. Bottom line is, I have seen with my own eyes. Not only have I seen it and felt it, but when people resell quickly, I've had conversations. And I got to tell you, it's not just me. Everybody who I know who brings that topic up to me, we all end up talking about it in a negative light. We all automatically feel like it's kind of like stain. You got a stain on it. Like, it's a great piece. Why are you putting it up for sale already? You just got it. You're making people think that, oh, there's something wrong with it. You know what I mean? Like it's a psychological thing. Or
you caught a squirrel. You caught a squirrel. You got excited in the auction process and you bought something that you didn't necessarily want.
It could be. You never know for sure what the reason is. I'm just telling you, most people that I speak to do suddenly see that piece with a negative slant when it comes up for sale again. Sure. And especially if it then comes up for sale again the third time, or four, some pieces you see them 4, 5 over a period of 5 years. Like, it's like, what? Yeah. So
then there's something wrong with it. Then there's like glue on it, or like there's gotta be, if the same art piece sells 5 times in 5 years, then there's something that you can't see on the scan that every person who has owned it is like, ooh, I don't like this because of that thing. And usually if it's really pronounceable, you'd think it would show up in one of the other descriptions. Like there's a stat panel, or there's, it's not the original lettering, or, some kind of weird thing, something that's easy to spot, say in an altered comic that is not as easy to spot in an altered artwork.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Sean, look, I agree that if a piece is flipped a few times over a few years, it tells me that the general public doesn't believe it's worth the price it is. or that it got, and so it'd be hard for me to resell later if I have to. So,
but what is the general public? When we say things like that, when we say general public in the hobby of collecting artwork, what does that mean?
I think active collectors as a whole, like all of us who are here every weekend, let's say, you know, people who follow us, we like people like us. We follow the auctions, and we see what this stuff. We find people reselling stuff all the time, and we talk about it with each other. Oh, did you see that great piece? That guy's already selling it. That kind of thing. Stanley says the more collectors see a piece, the weaker they view it. Even he says it. But this shouldn't be the case. I agree with you. But again, it's psychology, right? It's human psychology at work. That is how people tend to see it. Anyone know that if Sal was cheap at 36? I don't know. I didn't see it. Sorry, I didn't look at the stuff. Sorry, Corey. Somebody else maybe can help you. I agree with Ruben, with a few exceptions. I'm the who other than me says that more often than not, that there's exceptions to every rule. Okay, I try to stick to the rule, not the exceptions, though. Piece has been on the market for a while. I lose interest in it. I believe it is a good practice to take it down after a while and try a different approach.
Raise the price. Raise the price. I'll tell you, I get so many tire kickers who like will ask, is this piece still available? Yeah, and then they ghost. So it just gives them comfort to know that the piece is still available should they ever want it. When I get an inquiry like that, I push the price up. And now I've created, some kind of anomaly in their head. Like I've given them doubt. Like maybe I won't be able to get it later. Maybe it'll keep going up. And then can I get it for this price? No, I'm sorry. You missed out. It's now this much money, and I've sold a lot of pieces like that. And I know it rubs some people the wrong way, but I mean, so does constant inquiry, from the same person about a piece to someone who's selling it. It's a pain in the ass. But, and I get that this is a hobby of all types, and there's people with very different styles of how they like to negotiate and how they like to purchase things. But, like what TJ's saying here, that, I think that what they're doing is they know what they paid for it. They've got the number out there, and they don't necessarily mind you offering something that's a little bit less. But when you get an offer for half as much as you've got something marked, I mean, does anybody really think they're going to get the piece for half of what a piece is marked? It's an annoyance. That's a kind of trolling in its own way, even if you're serious. But most people who offer half aren't serious. They're not expecting to get it at that price. It's kind of like, it's like a wise ass comment sent via a cash offer. Like, I think, if you're offering within 10% less, 20% less, that's an area of negotiation where you can kind of come together on something. That, of course, is completely moot in auction houses, which is basically what we're talking about. So, I guess we'll go back into that with the next example.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say to Steve that it's good to try for a short period initially. And here's the thing: like I can give you another example. On a few occasions, not too many, but on a few occasions, you guys know I've had a live sales claim show. I'm not talking about the ones that I did for Andrew Hennessy. I'm talking about ones where it's like vintage type art, whatever, from the 80s, 90s, 70s, the present day. I've done that like, I don't know, three or four times. And, I've reached out to friends and say, hey, I'm going to do this show or whatever. Do you have anything you're looking to maybe move soon, whatever? We'll put it on the show. And I remember having my friend, and, because this is a kind of a negative thing, I don't want him, I'm not going to say his name, but I remember asking him, and he declined me. He declined my offer, and he couldn't understand the theory behind it all. He kept telling me, but why should I do it? Why should I consign it to you, and you're going to charge me 10%, let's say, when I can just send it to a Comic Link, and they also will only charge me 10%, and they have a lot more eyeballs. I go, I can't believe I have to explain this to you. I go, first of all, you're comparing apples and oranges.
A static price to an auction.
Static price to all the risk of the auction that you don't know what price you're going to get. I go, number two, you get to ask for the price you want to ask, okay? if somebody's interested but not at your price, they may make you an offer and you can wheel and deal and make a sale, right? Whereas you don't have a clue what's going to happen if you decide to send in immediately to the auction house, right? So that's the whole thing. Like, I couldn't understand how he couldn't understand that. You know, yeah, but it's the same fee you're charging me. I'm like, well, yeah, if I find you a buyer, why shouldn't my ability to find you a buyer be worth the same 10% that you're going to get charged whether you win or lose money?
With a guaranteed price that they can agree on with you of what it's going to sell for. And, you know, maybe it sells for 10% of what, you know, you are going to get for it. I've seen it happen.
Yeah. And let me make one more final point, because he was also stuck on the, yeah, but right now my piece, I have the piece, but I haven't shown it. So right now it's still fresh to market. Right. And believe me, I understand the whole fresh to market thing. I believe there is such a thing. It can affect the price of stuff, whatever. Okay. I go, here's the thing. What you're forgetting is you've got nothing to lose by giving it to me first. One show. Remember, it's going to go up on the screen. I'm going to show the slide for like a minute or two at most. And then we're going to move on. It'll either sell or it won't. If I do a recap, maybe it gets shown again, but probably not, right? So for a minute or two, after that, you got to remember, on my sales shows, maybe there's 5 people watching, sometimes a little bit more. So I go, let's say the most I typically get is around 70, 72 people or whatever, right? I go, you got to be kidding me. You mean to tell me because 5 or 6 dozen people happen to see the art piece that you consigned to me one Sunday evening on my live claim show, you think that if it doesn't sell and you then send it in to the auction house, that everybody who sees it at the auction house is going to be like, well, that's not fresh anymore. He was on Ruben's show showing it off. No, I said the majority of people that will see it at Heritage do not know that I exist.
Right.
The vast majority of those people don't. If they know I exist, they're more than likely not followers of my show. They're just people who like to buy at auction and that's it. And they don't socialize. They don't hang around on YouTube. So you literally have nothing to do. Me exposing it for a couple of minutes doesn't suddenly ruin the secret of it all or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's the other thing. Like I keep trying to stress to people who are so stuck on the, you know, oh, I'm going to go immediately to the auctions because they get so many eyeballs. I'm like, yeah, but that's where all the risk is, right? And he's telling me, what? Let me try. Maybe I'll try that. I'll see how it goes. And then if it doesn't go so good, I'll give you consignments for the next sale. And it's like, but what's the point? It's worse for you. You can try to get the price you want and it might work. If it doesn't, you lose nothing.
Yeah.
Only I lose my time and effort. That's it. Right? And I'm not going to charge you for that. So you lose.
And there's
nothing.
also, I mean, there's a fundamental difference also between art reps and art dealers. So an art rep is generally offering for the first time and maybe for years, maybe for decades, if they represent the same artist, someone of the same artwork from the same artist available for the same price for decades. They don't have a whole lot of room for negotiation and selling stuff. They're not making that much of a percentage off the sale half of the time. Whereas a dealer may buy entire collections of artwork for dimes on the dollar. And so they know what they paid. And they may have a price in their head of where they want it to hit, and they can stand on that price if they want to, or they can drop that price. You know, yeah. Marcus mentions, you know, that he bought a piece, he got it for 30% less than the asking price on dueling dealers. Well, dueling dealers is a contest. So they're both actually incentivized to sell the pieces that they are offering so that you can actually sell them for a little bit. You can get them for a little bit less. But otherwise, try and get a price drop from Mike Berkey. Does Mike Berkey ever drop price on stuff when you like contact him? He's got like he'll keep it forever. He doesn't care.
He does, but it's very minimal. He used to be much more reasonable before the market boomed. You know, really boomed Heritage and onward. And after that, he became just, you know, gives you small little token kind of things if you're, you know, And
you can argue that he's built that 10% leeway into the ask price, that he's generally 10% above what you really want to pay for it, and he's willing to land 10% lower. Whereas, you know, if you're buying from Anthony, to use the two most common dueling dealers, if you buy from Anthony, Anthony's prices are generally pretty good. Like when I go on Anthony's site and I see something, I'm not like, that's too much. I'm like, oh, sometimes that seems a little inexpensive even.
That's funny. That's funny though, Matt, because I remember when I used to watch Dueling Dealers, I used to be like, oh, what? Oh, great. Oh, yeah, nice. Twice the price so that I can try to whittle you down by 30 or 40% and you think you gave me a great deal, even though I still overpaid.
Some of those shows, but and I think it's been a while since you've watched. But now they're very competitive. Like they like to win. You know, like those first few shows, I think it was kind of like, hey, is this like a backwards auction? So we need to start high. So now they're kind of like reasonable. But I was really speaking about Anthony's website. Like the prices on his website are pretty good. I mean, he's not a gouger. You know, and there's certain people and their names come up a lot where they either don't post prices or you ask them and you don't get the sticker shock because you don't see it really, but they say a number and you're like, whoa, okay. All right. Thank you for letting me know that. You know, you would have saved me trouble if it was just posted, but I also get why people don't post prices, because if you've got 30,000 pieces in inventory, going back and changing prices is a pain. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, no, that's no. Again, there's a lot of nuances that we can't get into, you know. What's up, Jeremy? You're back. Yeah, what's up? Some people get stars in their eyes thinking their prices will go to the moon at auction. That is true. That's one of the allures of the auction process, that people think, oh yeah, I'm gonna, you know, I see all this stuff going up, so my thing's gonna go up too. It's all about the auction, and they don't even realize they're you know, a lot of them are sending in some kind of like mediocre type thing, right? That's not that in demand, and then when they don't get the to the moon price, they're like, what happened? Everything else goes to the moon, not my, you know, and they're like, really? You don't know? Like, yeah, you can't educate everybody. Like, you know, yeah, you can't educate everybody.
The good news is we've gotten all of that stuff out of the way before the second piece. And so we won't have to go in, we won't have to go deep into this minutia for the rest of the pieces.
That is so funny. Hey, Carl, everybody's saying hello to Carl. Anthony needs to turn the money over because he has overhead. That's true. I got a few in the thing. There were great pieces from Dueling Dealers. Hey, look, I got a few years ago, whatever. Also, the main offer show can be great. Yeah.
I'm undefeated in the dueling amateur dealers. I've never been defeated. I've won the contest every single time I've been on the show.
Oh, congrats. That's good. Yeah. And Anthony's all over the place, other way under or overpriced. Yeah. Anthony can't sell a Hembic. You should hit him up. What do you think about prices on nostalgic investments? Look, Bisharo's always been at the, you know, when you got your FMV, it's always FMV. Remember, and you know, any art there's no fixed price on it until you price it, right? But like the actual value of it, it's a range. Yeah. He's always been known to be on, you know, at the absolute highest he can possibly get, and that's all there is to say. So,
and he's got the word investments on his header.
Yeah, so. I mean the name is got the word investments, you know, Peter. Yeah. So that should kind of tell you something, you know. But I
got nothing bad to say about him. I don't think I've ever purchased from him.
Yeah, nice guy. He's actually from your neck of the woods, your former neck of the woods. He's from Massachusetts. Yeah. Is there an MSRP on art? Well, ask Nick. Nick will tell you if there's an MSRP on art, Marcus. But let us get on to only the second. But this is what everybody loves it, because there's so much nuance to this, right, Matt? There's so much nuance. Look at that. We showed one piece, and it just one little mention of something leads to this other thing you can talk about, and all related, right? Yeah. All related, but it's all the different nuance that's related to it. That's why, you know. So you can go on forever. That's why I always say, a show like this, we could do more shows in the future without even showing examples of sales that lost money. You know what I mean? Like you could just do shows where what we talk about is just this type of stuff, you know, buying, selling, the whole process, making, losing, you know, selling here versus there, don't sell here versus, you know, that whole stuff, right? So, so there we go. Best way is cash at a con if wanting a good discount.
100% agreed.
Again, but that, you know, on a daily basis, most of us are looking and buying from a safety of our underwear on our chairs, watching on the computer at home, right? So that's the thing. Nice guy, Bashara. Yeah, a nice guy for sure. I often look at his portfolios. Pieces of interest seem high to me. Yeah, well, again, most people do.
The aim is not to shame any particular sellers, you know.
No. Yeah, high. I don't think he's saying anything bad. It's not a lie. You know, I would think that most people think that. So yeah. So there you go. All right. One grain increase the chances of getting price you want to sell for or pay is not needing to buy that. Of course, Steve. Of course. But again, that should go without saying, right? It should go without saying. Although sometimes you really do have to tell people. The more you can, the more that you're in a position where you're not selling because you need to sell, the more likely you're going to do better because you don't need to sell, which is why you then can do things we haven't mentioned, well, similar to what we haven't mentioned, but you try to get the fixed price, what we talked about, but when you don't need to do it, let's say you're selling it because you kind of like fallen out of love with it or whatever, you've changed your interest or whatever, so you feel like I can do without this, let me just take the money back in. Well, then you can put it, let's say, whether it's cap, whether it's on consignment with a dealer, whatever. You can put it there. And if they have a website, leave it however long you want to leave it. Then you can wait for your price and wait for that right buyer to find it. Sometimes it takes time, but eventually it usually happens. It just, how long can you afford to wait? But whatever, if it hasn't sold even after, what you consider a long time to have passed, take it back and send it off to auction. That's the whole point, is the auctions are there. They'll always be there. Try direct first. Correct, Matt?
And a crazy high price on something on a website is a traffic driver that people will share, like, oh my God, did you see the crazy high price on this website? And that gets your website numbers up, which is why you see a lot of people leave sold pieces on their websites because they're still experiencing hits through Google of people like seeing the image and opening up the websites. They don't want to take that down. That will kill website traffic. It's the most frustrating aspect to me of buying artwork online, is to see a piece and see that it's sold. It's like, why is it still there? And it's because they want to trick the algorithm.
Which is what Jewish Dragons was saying. So again, it's a way to advertise. It's not a great word, but bottom line is when people find your site, Ian, let's say, new people, let's say it's the first time they find you, they see stuff sold and it tells them subliminally, if you will, it tells them, okay, the stuff, if I find anything here that I like, I'm being told that the prices are probably fair because all this other stuff is sold. People are buying stuff from this guy, ergo, the prices must be within reason. And
that's more of a rep thing than a reseller thing.
Yeah. Thank you. And so, so there we go.
Piece
so
number 2.
Next one. Sorry, Cobb, wanted us to move on, but he's making a point. Having a feature to filter them in or out is the best. Oh, that's true. And my website has that drop-down menu at the top of every page, I believe it is. And I always go through the back end, not the front end, so you'd have to check. But yeah, my website has drop-down menus on how to filter the artwork. So that if you have that, then use that, and you'll see what you want to see and not what you don't want to see. That's it. You'll be more confident in your purchase. Then just allow browsers to sort out the unavailable ones. I've seen a piece that was sold on a website I really wanted. Asked the seller to contact the buyer and negotiated a sale through the seller and bought the piece. That's happened. I've done that before. Exactly. So it benefited you as a wannabe, buyer. Agreed. Sites need to filter for sold. Yeah, some of them do. Most. I don't know if it's most don't. Probably most don't. But some do. Comment Tracker needs to stop displaying eBay sold for month. Yeah, that would be nice, Jeremy. Ending of slide 1. I'm really good at selling art. What's up, Jeff? Really good at selling art that underperform at auction.
Jeff.
It is not my best stuff, as I am worried the same will happen with my best stuff. Yeah, but you've also done well. I don't want to get into it with you, Jeff, but you've
10,000 pieces listed on his website.
Yeah, like this guy has sold thousands at auction also. You've done well. You've had shit that's done crap, but overall, you've been ahead, I would say. Okay, let's leave it there. Let's go to the next piece, everybody. Let's cue this up. The next piece is, check this out. Another, great piece. Check it out. So the new Teen Titans, number 37, page 21. It is the crossover issue with Batman and the Outsiders. I think number 5, I believe it was. And okay, so we can take a look at the artwork, Matt, and I think we can just very quickly look at it and say the top half, the top half doesn't carry any value. All the value is in the bottom half. Not only because that's where all the Titans are, which, obviously the heroes carry all the value, but because one of the 2 panels is a larger splash team running towards you panel. That's pretty, that's I think everybody can
cover quality image within a panel page.
Yeah, exactly. So that's fantastic. Okay, so it sold for $19,200. This sold at Heritage. All right,
healthy price.
And I'm sorry,
a healthy price.
Yeah, healthy price for sure. And April 2022. Remember, everybody, this is the peak here, peak of everybody going wild in the hobby and spending money. It was then resold June 2024. So literally, if we take a look again, April to June, so 2 years and 2 months later, for $18,000. So on a net basis, you got 19.2. 18. So on a net basis, it's $1,200 less. Now, on a percentage basis, the seller's probably, he's not happy, but the seller's, at least in terms of taking a loss, you're like, okay, well, phew, at least it's 6.3%, right? Because even if he has the best deal going possible, which is they waived the entire selling fee, then he's still out 21.9% out of pocket. Okay, that's if he has the best deal going.
And explain that, Ruben, because when you see the sold price, they're giving you the price that the buyer paid with the buyer premium added on to it. So you have to deduct that, and then you have to deduct the fee that the seller is paying as well. So that's why there's those 2 tiers, and I think a 10% is a really, really small fee. I'm also going to make a statement, because people love when I talk about this, that's a pretty clean cut across the top. So that's a decent, from a condition standpoint, a really nice page.
Yes. And so also, as I mentioned, I want to point out, for those of you who can't see the details in the text writing, if this reseller resold it, if he has the 10% deal, right, where it's again, for those of you who don't know, on Heritage, the selling fee that they have listed in their documentation is 20%. And sometimes if you send them in good stuff, sometimes they'll say, hey, we will waive the selling fee completely. And other times they're still not willing, and they will tell you, okay, instead of 20%, maybe we'll only charge you 10%, So that's the final number that I have posted there. If this was a person who had that type of a deal where they only charged them half of the usual standard selling fee, then the loss he took would have been 29.7%. That's the out-of-pocket loss he would have taken. So about 30% if you're rounding it off. So again, think about that, guys. You're talking about one of the hottest, most popular and beloved comic books, comic titles, comic characters, and artistic teams, not only of the 1980s, but of all time at this point, because history has, given it longevity. It's beloved. And after 2+ years, the seller, not only did the art sell on the same venue for $1,200 less, but the seller lost at very minimum, 21.9%, and closer to 30% if he has the standard deal most people kind of finagle out of Heritage. Like a 20 to 30% loss for great artists, great characters, beloved, great run. Matt, it's got everything going for it, right? Great content. It's got everything. It's all positive, and he still lost money. It just goes to show sometimes it's just, and yes, we can admit, like we did 2 weeks ago, Matt and I will say, I won't say it was badly bought, because it went for the healthy price that, everything was going strong. So it went for whatever great Titans pages were going for at that time, But that's the thing. We all knew it was a hot market, and that's the thing you can never count on, Am I buying at the top? And if I do, and I have to resell, even if I hold it for a couple of years, right? Will I get my money back? You don't know. You just don't know. So nothing wrong with that piece. It's great. The guy obviously didn't flip it per se. Still lost a good chunk of money, unfortunately,
Well, when you're talking about a piece of art we'll just call it $20,000, right?
Sure.
Talking about a $20,000 piece of art, when the time comes that you need money, that's a $20,000 asset. And life gets in the way of life, right? So that's an easy to sell piece, because, worst case scenario, as you say, it's still going to bring in to your pocket, more than $10,000, and if you're in a situation where you need money, that's going to get you closer to what you need money for. So at that level of the market and up, it's hard to figure out how much that guy's salary that represents. Was that nothing to him? Was that everything to him? We don't know where he is on the, what his basic quality of life is.
Right.
But
exactly.
That's easy. Something that's when you got something that's $20,000 and you're trying to buy a house or a car, that's an easy thing to sell. And maybe he's got nicer Teen Titans pages. I mean, from a condition point of view, that is a gorgeous page, and rare to find a page that's in that decent condition from that era. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the clean cuts. But
good night.
It's also that bottom panel is one of the greatest panels of the entire series, so it's really hard to quantify. If he had held on to it for 10 years, I'm sure he makes money no matter what. But it was a 2-year sale. It's a short-term investment.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And again, but I think it bears re-mentioning that for something that everybody agrees that's a quality type piece and it's higher end. Even more reason to not throw it back out at Heritage of all places.
Yeah.
Did you we don't know if he tried or not, but I'm assuming, I don't remember seeing it. Probably most people don't. Try to sell it direct. Try. Even if you feel like, in 2 years it hasn't really, I don't think it should be worth a lot more, but you have the option to ask 20. And worst case scenario, you say, look, if somebody asks you for a deal, tell them what your cost is and say, look, I'm not going to go below because I need to get at least my money back out of it. At least you wouldn't lose if you get some interested party. And there's on good quality stuff, there's always a good chance somebody will reach out to you if you post it publicly for sale at a fixed price,
Yeah.
So that's the thing. So that would have benefited.
Can you highlight Sticky Rice's comment?
Oh, did I pass that one?
No, it's further down. And hey, Nick, good to see you, man.
Hold on. So Sticky Rice, here we go. Jeremy, there we go. I think an art buy should be more like a stock. If you can't hang on to it for 5 years, might be better off holding off.
We can agree or disagree with this, but there's an important lesson there, which is that day traders buy and sell stocks different than people who are long-term investors, right? Like that's their job. They look where they can buy and sell, and they do it really quickly. There aren't a whole lot of comic art collectors that aren't daily dealers that aren't professionally hitting every convention and selling artwork that treat comic art the way that stockbrokers treat stocks. So if you're going to take that position that they need to be treated more like stocks, then you've got to be constantly buying and selling. You're not a collector. You're not somebody who's buying something because you like the piece. You're viewing each page merely as a commodity. And so you're rolling over so much inventory that it doesn't mean much to you. So, I mean, like that's one mindset. I think most of the people in this thread are going to disagree. And we've got most people saying, no, buy what you like. That's a very different way of collecting artwork. but I don't think either one is more valid than the other. And I think there's a lot of us in the middle. But, you know, if we're not buying and selling constantly, then we really have to kind of figure out, track what we paid for something, know where not to lose money, and not make those crazy mistakes of selling, you know, at an auction house where you're likely to take a massive haircut just a short term after you bought the piece. Yeah,
very, very well said. Exactly. There you go, Nick. What's up, Nick? Good to see you. Here, this is the piece we were talking about. Let me take your comment down so you can see it carefully. And just so you see here, it was, here we go, 19,200, April 2022. And then 26 months later, 18,000. But again, here's the thing that I want to say, guys. Okay, this was purchased and paid for 19,200 at Heritage. Okay, yeah. At Heritage. Let me come back to you guys. Guys, listen very carefully. This is also a rule I really believe what you want, obviously. You don't have to take my word for it. I only have 27 years of experience. Who gives a shit about me, right? But like, in seriousness, I always tell everybody, especially if what you purchased was a high-end piece like this, right? We call this a high-end piece. You bought it at Heritage, right? The one rule I tell everybody is, if you can't hang on to this for 5+ years, okay, and you want to be absolutely certain you break even or better or make profit, the one rule, number one, is if you have to sell it before 5 years or whatever, you want to get rid of it, do not put it back at Heritage. And you guys know me. When I always say, when you want to consign stuff that let's say the two big ones, right? You got Heritage, Comic Link. Which one do I always say you should go to? I say Heritage, but right, for the most part, Heritage, Comic Link is the buyer's market, Heritage is the seller's market. Yes, as a rule, yes. The exception for Heritage is when you bought something high end, okay, that you clearly paid a good price for, not something that you think you got a deal on, right? You paid a very healthy price for and it's high end. Do not, when you have to resell it, if it's in a short period of time, relatively speaking, right? 2 years, 2 months, 3 years, whatever. Do not resend it back and consign it to the same place like Heritage, because the way they structure their fees makes it almost impossible that you're going to break even. Because of how they structure their fees, it means that for you, let me do some quick calculating for you guys, just so you get an idea. So that piece was purchased initially, that guy bought it for $19,200, right? So think about this, $19,200, right? Plus 20%. Okay, so in order for this guy, let's assume that this guy who reconsigned it to Heritage, let's assume that he
Assuming he reconsigned it to Heritage, and it was like, as Nick points out, and it wasn't part of a trade or an independent sale.
Again, nuance, whatever. We can't dig into all that stuff. We all know there's plenty of potential nuance things that, yeah. Okay, we have to make these assumptions, right? Because we don't know. So now, if that person wants to get their money back and he sends it back to Heritage, hopefully he made the calculations, because it takes 2 seconds to make the calculation. Even if, pay attention to this, guys, because this is really important. Even if this guy was one of the fortunate guys who has sent enough great stuff to Heritage that they have him on okay, we don't charge you a seller's fee, right? Let's say he's on that deal, right? Even if he was on that deal, he would have to have hoped that this page resold 2 years later on Heritage for $23,040. Okay. Hold on. 2340. Like, that's an extra $4,000 more than he paid for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are the odds? You know what I'm saying? So
that is 20% or what, 20% higher than the hammer price.
So this is okay. So what
it
I'm
doesn't
saying
actually have to hit. It doesn't have to sell for that much hammer price. That's what the buyer has to pay for.
Yeah. Right. Because again, assuming this guy is one of the lucky ones and he's not being charged a seller fee, right? It would need to sell for $23,040 so that, you know, with the juice, so that when the juice is removed and on his great deal, he gets everything except the buyer's premium, which is $19,200 that he paid for it in the first place. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. $19,200, if that's what he's going to net, then it would have to sell final price $23,040. When you remove the buyer's fee, he's left with that's how it has to sell for total for him to recoup the number, the 19.2 that he had to, you know, that the second buyer put into the box. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I do feel though too that one of the great strengths of auction houses is that even though everybody knows they're paying a buyer's fee, they don't bid like they're paying a buyer's fee. They bid like that's the amount they're going to pay until they check out and they're like, oh shit, I forgot about that 20% extra. So, you know, if it's sold for $20,000, the buyer's looking at like, well, last time it sold for whatever, and I only paid a little bit more, and this is a great piece. And then they're paying the juice. But yeah, people should calculate that certainly before they're making a sale, and especially in that short term. But Heritage even offers a better deal than that, which is leave it in the marketplace, and someone can offer you 25 or 30% more than you paid if they want to buy something that already sold. You see that in their marketplace all the time. So it doesn't enter into an auction. It enters into the Heritage market. And there you can get an offer on something and make your money back and know it. And smart high-end buyers do that a lot because they're shuffling through money. I think half of the reasons why people do this is to have expenses that they can use on their taxes. You know, so they get to kind of camp money outside of the taxability and they haven't taken possession of it. And it's, you know, inception type stuff, but, or actually not inception, tenant type stuff. But, you know, so that's another thing that we can't know about, but, you know, it is smart to do your own math and figure out how much you stand to lose. You know, what do you have to clear in order to make money or even to break even? Right.
Exactly. You gotta do the math. And like I said, look, it takes me 2 seconds to calculate with a calculator right in front of me, you know, so like, don't be lazy, right? Don't be that lazy, for crying out loud, right? So I just wanted to point out, we got a first timer, Marvin Ulloa. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. I apologize, Marvin, if I'm saying it incorrectly. First time catching live. That means you've been a rewind watcher. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. These discussions are great as a relatively newer collector. And that's, you guys, by the way, you guys may remember, those of you who watched 2 weeks ago when we did this, I said that we can all enjoy this because we all enjoy this sort of talk. But the main sort of target audience for this type of show, I thought it would really be good for would be the newer collector, in particular those who might come in thinking they're going to come in to make money by flipping, you know, speculating, that kind of thing. So whether you're a collector, true collector, or speculator doesn't ultimately matter, Marvin. You're getting something out of it, and that's what we do it for. So
there's some great comments. I mean, I gotta say to the chat, you guys are killing it today. There's some really amazing comments in here, and it's just really fun to see this. That we're seeing a lot of new questions that we haven't seen before. We're seeing a lot of observations that I think are really key observations.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Nick, and congratulations. And you had a feeling. There you go, and it worked out. That's exactly perfect. Just saw whenever the piece has appreciated a lot. 1 month or 10 years. Time is up. Well, again, there's more nuance to that. But
if you're a day trader, that's a day trader way of looking at things.
Yeah. What's up, Carlito? What's going on, man? Stop. Hammer price. How do you remove the juice? What do you mean? How do you remove the juice?
Nick's going to answer him.
Okay. The juice. You don't pay a seller's fee. I always remember the buyer's fee, which is why I don't bid too often on Heritage. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I have a max, and I know because I'm paying that higher fee on top of it that I don't win a lot of auctions at Heritage. Sometimes I do, sometimes I get lucky, but I set my number and I don't go above it. But a lot of people are emotional auction bidders, and we're talking about unique things. So if it's something that means a lot to you, that might be your only chance to ever own it. And that's why auctions can be very, very exciting when you're talking about original art auctions, as opposed to, say, coins or watches or things that are part of an edition. And this is another really important thing. And I say this all the time, that the amount of enjoyment is a hard thing to calculate, but that people don't calculate it enough. So when you lose money on a sale, if you enjoyed it, that's definitely a part of it. But
we did a whole show. We did a whole show together, Matt. Right? Like we did a whole show. You guys will probably remember, the regulars among you. Well, remember, we did a show about this because Matt wanted to talk about that very topic, about the value that we should try to ascribe to art for these reasons. Where when you do on occasion take a loss, well, at least you can feel better about yourself, if you will, by realizing, hey, did I look at it quite often? Did I really enjoy it while I had it? Because then you got value from it. And so it's
we can calculate in this case. So we know basically how much this guy lost. And so how much he paid every day for that joy, because we have the number that he paid and we have the number that it sold for. So assuming that it's the same buyer and seller, which we don't know 100%, but is a good chance that it is. And that seems like he paid a lot for that enjoyment every day, as opposed to if he had kept it for 10 years, which is, and I always use a metric of 10 years, that in 10 years, that metric really means something. Now, you notice that piece wasn't in a frame. So did he have it displayed, or was it just sitting in a booklet? Did it become a page that went into a booklet that went on a shelf that every once in a while he took it out and looked at it? So that's not a daily thing. Like the pieces that I have on my wall are a daily thing. I enjoy them on a daily basis. The other pieces that aren't hanging on my wall, I enjoy knowing that I own them, and that's a different type of enjoyment. But there's also, again, I saw another amazing comment, and we kind of breezed by it.
Oh, which one? About what was it about?
Lee.
Oh, the Lee comment that he's too trusting.
Do people that resell even think about the fact that they were the high bidder? Yeah, like if you want it, you want it because you paid more than anybody else who wanted it.
When you're taken out of the equation, even if it's the exact same other bidders that were there the first time, you alone make a huge difference in the ultimate price of absolutely. And to answer the question, Lee, believe it or not, we're humans, right? There's all kinds of humans. There's intelligent, not so intelligent, like
emotional.
Like some people don't, believe it or not, Lee. Some people don't even think about that. Some do, some don't. What are you going to do, right? So, and this was a good comment too. I think you're really in the resale game. You have enough rotational capital to win some and lose some. That's true for sure. You accept that some losses will happen. And hopefully you win more than you lose. Of course. There's no options trading metaphor for original art yet. I have a space on the wall for the press piece. My friend was going to bid on the New Mutants, but bought a banana taped it to a wall instead. I didn't understand what Matt said. What is the tax benefit gain, again, for high rollers of losing money on a buy? We're not going to get into that. We don't have time for that. I mean, we've only shown 2 pieces. Sorry, Peter. But yeah, that's another show for another time, maybe. Auctions play on FOMO for sure. Yeah, of course. Some people have way too much money. That's true. More dollars than cents, as they say. May have understood. Yeah, sorry, Peter. Now I'm afraid to buy bananas at the grocery store. At least you could eat a banana. Eat original art. Wouldn't be as tasty. All right, enough of the bananas. Guys are getting out of control. Collector is different from dealer, mostly because I see a collector as buying to keep forever. No, collectors don't. Most collectors, believe it or not, Steve, do not buy to keep forever. Most collectors sell all the time, or semi-regularly.
Shuffle inventory. People, collectors shuffle what they have.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the main thing, everybody. In most cases, the reason collectors sell is because the addiction So most collectors cannot afford everything they would like to be able to afford, right? That's true for pretty much all of us. And therefore, the addiction gets to us, and we will often reach for things we know we really can't afford to, but we have the cash flow right there lying there. We figure, okay, let's just buy it and we'll worry about it later and see what happens. Now, I certainly have done that many times, and I still do it. And that's what happens. That eventually people are like, yeah, like I'm tight on cash now. Well, why is that? All right, because a couple of months ago, I bought that piece. I knew I shouldn't have. And now I need the money for this thing over here to pay bills or whatever it is. And so they need to sell, right? So that's what most selling, I believe, is. It's people who buy more than they can afford, right? They have the money at the time, but don't forget, having the money at the moment doesn't mean you can afford to use that money and spend it, right? And then eventually they're like, oh, okay, no, I got to sell. And that's why you'll see people sell again. So that's what happens a lot in the hobby, the collectors buy more than they can afford, and then eventually they need the money for other things, so they have to sell something, so they put it back on the market, Okay, let me get back. I want to get back to this because we got to keep it rolling. Forget the knuckleheads. Okay, you guys are talking to each other. You too. Mental piece of collection, doing something helps get ahead in the hobby. That's true. Keep the comment, the question coming. Extend the show. Oh, shut up, Stanley. I'm kidding. But the next bright and shiny is the Temptress. That's for sure, Nick. That's for sure. Easier to be a hoarder if you have a ton of capital. Obviously, you never have to worry about replenishing more. Exactly. All right, let's go to the next one, everybody. And after DC, we will jump to this piece. The only sort of it's not even a negative, but the only, when it comes to the pros and cons, it's not a hot name. It's nobody who is, the artist is not somebody who was ever hot, but still popular and has gotten more popular over time. A good monthly artist who was respected, did a good job all the time, was just never a sought after kind of guy, right? Check this one out. Right, so the Avengers 315 cover, and this sold a few months into the COVID era. Sold for $10,200. Paul Ryan, Tom Palmer inking. It's got all these great Avengers in the background. Cap, Thor. Well, Cap and Thor really are the only ones, but it's got Spidey there too. Small, whatever. I like the classic from behind under the legs shot. It's a
Your Eyes Only movie poster image.
Exactly. It's been done a million times on comic covers, whatever, but it's always fun. I like it. So I think it's a fine cover. It's fine. So it sold for $10,200. And then the buyer bought it on Heritage. I think made the mistake of reselling it. Check it out. March 21. When was it again? July. So we got 5 months to the end of this year, and then 3 more months here. So a total of 8 months only. And it sold for $9,401, which it's not $1,000. It's about $799. Is that what it works out to? Something like that. $800 or so. So it doesn't seem like, in terms of taking losses, you're like, okay, 7.9%, right? So we round it up. Let's call it 8%. But that's the selling. That's just comparing one selling price to the second selling price. Out of his pocket, because he lost the 10% seller's fee from that, he actually ended up losing 17.1%. So that's much more substantial than just 8, right? Yeah. And I would like to say, my friend and yours, Paul P. All right. I know him as Paulie P. Paul Pappas, to some of you. He was the beneficiary of the resale. So he owns it. He's owned it. He was the one who bought it here at 9401. So that's nice. Good for him. But yeah, selling it 8 months later, to me, that's where it's just it's such a risk. It's just a flip of a coin. You're gambling at that point. It didn't work out for him. It could have been worse, to be honest, Matt. I think it right. That's the kind of thing that you don't know.
I'm surprised. I would have thought that over $10,000 for not a name artist,
Right.
It really sold on the iconography of the image, not on who did it. And that's not a common thing in our hobby, that very iconic images drawn by people whose names aren't particularly known don't necessarily resonate. They don't make necessarily quote unquote good investments. But if you want an Avengers cover and you want an Avengers cover from the primary Avengers book, the one that started being published in the 1960s and ran for decades, they're not forever, those series have gone away. There's new series. So like getting an original Avengers cover, even if it's not, one of the banger household name guys, is, something that people want. In the person who bought it, in 2020? Was that when the original sale went down?
Yeah, 2020.
I mean, this is Endgame era, right? We're talking about a time frame where one of the greatest comic book movies ever, was not that old at that point. So you're that love affair with the Avengers was still very, very strong. I don't think that they necessarily overpaid in that market, but clearly the market didn't hold. And then in the resale, because of the factors we've been discussing all night, he took a haircut.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. All right, simple enough. Let's move on to the next one. Let's see if we can catch up and make up some lost ground there. But I only feel bad because I don't want to have to keep you 5 hours, and I don't want to keep anybody who can't stick around longer than we need to. I love the in-between talking as much as it is. It's really valuable information, and it's really entertaining stuff to discuss back and forth, right? So it's kind of important, even though, yeah, you spend an hour, only show 2 pieces, but it's all the information in between. It's valuable. It's more valuable than just seeing the picture, right? So that's why we do it. So, all right. Let me see what we got coming here. And I wanted to say, just real quick, to Steve, B&G. So Steve, respectfully, and listen, you said, I want to put it back up again. I think my main motivation is to have that great art and keep it. Okay. And if I get tired of the piece, I can always sell it, blah, blah, blah. Yes. We're not saying that there aren't people like that, Steve, but I think you are definitely in the minority. I think most people who get in and see themselves as collectors in this hobby, I believe the majority of them don't sit there thinking every time they buy a piece, oh yeah, I love it, I'm keeping this for life. No, I think most, I'll keep it until I don't like it anymore, and whatever, if something else I like better comes along, and that's what I think seems more common, In
a way, the artworks that I have that aren't quote unquote very valuable have become more likely to be my favorites because I'm never tempted to sell them, because I'm not going to get a lot of money for them. So yeah. I will never recover the joy factor in the sale that I get from owning them and looking at them. So there's an interesting dynamic that works against value, quote unquote, resale value, that is taken completely off the table in inexpensive, enjoyable, nice pieces.
Yes. Good point. Fair point. Jeremy, I get it. And even Hoarder's Hide, number one Marvel fan, Tom. Even Tom was like, oh, I throw out the COVID era. Well, I don't, because in this hobby, remember, it's not like video games, comic books, every other collectible. Every other collectible seems to have taken a good beating. There was a big price correction in throughout those hobbies. We didn't really see that in our hobby. And I always say we typically don't, because of the one-of-a-kind factor. The fact that you cannot buy it elsewhere. There's not 20,000 copies in existence where, if you don't lower your price, well, I'm just going to buy it over here. You know what I mean? That's what saves us and makes it, the uniqueness factor. It saves us from typically having crashes and corrections or whatever. So that's it.
That era brought pieces out of collections that might never have come to market. So when people saw that certain things were hitting these like peak pricing, they're like, oh, I have that. Wow, I can put that money to use right now. I'm going to bring that to market and sell it. So a lot of stuff came to market that never would have come to market had it not been for the excitement in things going for crazy amounts of money in that time frame, in that particular part of global history.
Yeah, For sure. Nice examples. Yeah, that shit happens, Nick. Hey, listen, when I was a kid, now mind you, that guy that you talked about is an adult, I'm assuming. So that's less of an excuse. To me, I did it when I was like a kid in my teens, right? I had no money. I had much bigger eyes than money. And so every time I saw a back issue in the bins of my comic shop that I needed to have it, I would sell some other comics that I had previously bought, and I would sell it at like half of what I paid because that's all they would give me, just so I could afford this new one. I would constantly take big losses so I could buy, just so I could get new shit, you know?
Which we do as art collectors, right? Like sometimes we pick up pieces knowing that that they may appreciate so that we can sell it for something that we really want. That you know, we see a good deal, we get it, or we see something we think is a good deal, and we pick it up thinking it's gonna, you know, get us more buying power for the stuff that we really want. In the example Nick's talking about, that could be the case, but it seems like because he seems to know the situation, that when this stuff was coming out for sale, when people had no idea that things were going to be like coming to market, that, you know, you never know. Like, oh, I bought those. These are 2 comics I saw on the newsstand. I now have money. I'm going to buy those, and you have them, and you've just put, you know, $60,000, you know, out of your savings into this thing, and then your favorite all-time piece hits the market afterwards, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna get rid of these because I want that. That's like, you can never calculate on that. That is such a strange set of circumstances. I mean, if that's the case, if it's just like shiny new penny thing, then that guy's got a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting though, and I'm aware of this too, Jeremy. Every time I talk to guys who only collect like retail, mass market type collectibles, games, comics, whatever, they're hesitant to get into art simply because of the one-of-a-kind nature. The ambiguous nature of it scares them. I know. I've seen people in the comics market, right, say the same things constantly, like, oh yeah, this stuff seems to go up a lot too, but I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. There's no price guides. How do you know what it's worth? Like, and I find that so stupid.
I published a kind of price guide.
You published a kind of price guide.
The pop sequentialism catalog is kind of a price guide.
And to be fair, there actually have been no less than, I think, 3 official actual price guide, the official.
It was in the 70s,
original comic art price guides or whatever. Yeah. So whatever, but what are you gonna do, Jeremy? I mean, if they're gonna get in or they're not, I find that ridiculous, to be honest. I find the price guide is you looking around and looking at what comparables sell for. That's the guide, right? So, anyways. Gollum needs precious. That's funny. All right, let's go on to the next one, everybody. So next example. Okay, so we switch from Marvel to DC here. This is one that I considered bidding on. It's not a great example in terms of content-wise because the main character is tiny, but I figured it was cheap enough. It's worth the money. Check it out. So it's Action Comics number 658. So from the early, I think it's either late 80s, either sometime between 88 and 1990. I think it's probably 1990. And so as you can see, right, it's a full figure Superman. Cool that he's lifting up this spaceship, but it's a tiny Superman. So fine. So here's the thing: is that when I saw this come up, I figured, given what things were selling for at the time, the value of the era, based on what other covers from this era for Superman and Action Comics were selling for, I figured this would be somewhere in the 25 to 3,000 range. 2,500 to 3,000. All right, so it sold exactly right in, just a little above the midpoint of that range. So 28.55. This was at Hakes. All right, but here's the problem, everybody. Here's the problem. So this was pretty recent, right? About a year ago now, November of 2023. Then this guy who bought this threw it back at Hakes. So exactly where we got it from. Not a big loss in terms of, the overall net amount. But it was in March. So 5 months later, right? And it sold for $25.96. So here we go. Let's see. So 200, let's see, 255, so about $261. Okay, so in the great scheme of things, when you're dealing in multi-$1,000 pieces, okay, you should be happy that if you took a loss, okay, at least it was only $250. It's not 2,500, right? So things could have been worse, but still 9%. 9% is the comparable sale to sale price. I couldn't calculate what the reseller lost out of pocket because I couldn't figure out what Hakes charges. I tried finding out, but I saw this thing that says competitive fees. Fees, save on fee. Like they made it sound, the way they worded it made it sound like it depends on something. Like there's no fixed selling fee and it depends on stuff. So there was no fixed fee that they said. I think it was something like, up to this much selling fee or no more than this much selling. Like, so it's like, well, how is it determined? I couldn't figure out how it's determined. So if anybody, those of you who deal with them enough in terms of consigning to them, if you know how much they typically sell, let us know. But anyways, it's not important. It's just another example that we need to move on to another example so we don't have to get hung up on this one. But again, I think
that's an important question. Question.
Yeah.
If that original buyer had brought that same page to Heritage instead of Hakes, would they have made their money back?
Again,
probably.
No point in really sort of discussing that because we have no idea. I still wouldn't have though. Because
it's such a short window. I wouldn't have. I mean,
it's
silly to flip that quickly.
That's the thing. When you're doing, 5 months later at auction, as I advise everybody who asks me about this stuff for advice, I say, "Oh, how long have you hold it for?" A little 5 months. I'm like, 5 months, dude. Do not auction it. I tell everybody, you're probably going to lose money. Like I don't know that, but I know that there's a good chance, So what are you going to do?
And even at to Nick's point, even at a high or Marcus's point, at a higher price with a higher fee, if that fee is not in step with the rate of increase on the return, you're still losing money.
Yes. I always love Gammill. Not sure why he didn't become more of a star. It's because he never stuck around long enough on titles. Ian, his most beautiful work to this day is still his brief run on Power Man and Iron Fist with Ricardo Villamonte inking. If you look at that stuff, oh my God, it's gorgeous. To me, I said it before. I thought he could have, if he could have been able to maintain a monthly schedule and constantly do long runs. He ultimately, I thought he would have been the next sort of popular like John Byrne, George Pérez, whatever.
There's a lot of people like that. There's Pat Broderick. There's like a lot of guys like that were just really good technicians that never caught on. I think in Gammill's case, he wasn't a super dynamic artist with his layout, but I think that may have had more to do with his editors, that they wanted something that wasn't super dynamic.
Yeah, 25, like you figured, is a Caesar for that cover. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I the first time I figured it would fall between, like I said, 25 to 3, and I felt more comfortable at 25. And so, there you go. To be honest, I don't know why people sell on Hakes. Let's not get into that. I don't want to, have to badmouth them. He should have waited until after the movie came out. Whatever. That doesn't always save you. And by the way,
after the trailer and before the movie.
Yes, thank you, Matt. That's the point I was going to make. Yeah, the timing is. You got to make it a more specific timing, and that's the one that Matt says. Hank seems to be good for toy collectors. Yeah, you keep picking DC pieces. No, it's just what I had in my. It's first of all, it's what I had in my files, Tom. It's what I had in my files. It's not like I went out there looking for things that sold and resold. I just have thousands and thousands of scans in my files. Every time pieces I'm interested in come up at every auction, I like to save the scans. And I've been doing that for 20 whatever years, but it's only in the last few years that I decided, hey, it might be helpful if I also saved the price it sold for, along with the file name. And it's then I got the idea one day to be like, hey, I as I'm looking through my scans on my hard drive, I said, oh, I got quite a few of these where I resaved the same one twice because it resold twice. And that's what gave me the idea of saying, hey, these lost money, let me do a show about this. So that's why. Never understood starting this hobby mainly for business or cash flow because, as Matt K 2 weeks ago said, art is one of the least liquid investments. Yeah, but people not everybody is into the stock market, right? And they feel more comfortable speculating on a collectible that they're very familiar with. So that could be it as well. Hakes to Hakes within a few months. I like Gammill's art, but seems like an odd move. Yeah, exactly. But you could say the same thing. Typically, you're going to lose when it's the same, right? So you even if it's the better selling, the one that gets the best prices in general, which is Heritage. If you buy at Heritage and then resell, especially if it's the quicker that you resell it on Heritage, you stand to lose even more at Heritage because of how they divvy up the fees. That's how it goes,
Use their marketplace. Like if you're buying from the most expensive auction house, don't sell at the least expensive auction house. And if you're buying from the least, sell at the highest.
Golden. I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about Michael Golden? That even if you are, I don't know.
Golden auction. Golden's he's a big auction house. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it's because he's misspelling. Goldin. Golden Auctions. Yeah. No idea, Max, because I don't know. Do they even do comic art? We're only talking about comic art, so I have no idea. I've never used them. Never bought there. Never. I don't know if I've ever been on their website. You can negotiate the seller's fee on Hakes. Okay. Thank you, Nick. Forgot about 3 pieces I was bidding on Hakes last week. They sold damn cheap. That's why you can't forget. Like I told you guys last week during the show and tell with the Derek, right? With that Nightmare on Elm Street Alcala inked splash that I had missed twice, and it both times went for $400, right? You can't forget if you really want it. He did pick Avengers 10% to 0%. Okay, so it's maximum 10%. Okay. Right, but that was a crappy story. Okay, would have sold for less with higher fees. Yeah, Heritage is better than Hakes. Well, obviously, yes. More visibility, of course. A very A cover, to be fair. Yeah, for sure. More fees elsewhere, tough to predict. That's right. There's all these nuances that you can't, there's certain things that, depending on the timing of the resale, right? Like Matt and I keep saying, nothing is going to save you. Based on the fact that you're just selling too soon, nothing you do is going to save you in many instances. So that's the point to remember. That's why our whole point, we go back to it. Try not to, try to be more sure about what you're selling, that you're going to keep it for many years, not just a couple or a few months, More visibility because it had the bigger scans. Yeah, for that tiny soup. Yeah, of course. Ruben the scan hoarder. I'm just messing with you, Ruben. Calm down. Oh, I know you are. My entire collection is on this SSD. What's that mean?
Phone is his phone card.
Oh, liquidity with fun. There you go. Hey, what's up, Larry? Ruben is a guru of saving scans. I don't know. I can't be the only one who saves scans. Golden has had comic art, but twice they have cover stats as covers and had to take them back. Oh, without even announcing it because they didn't even know. Yeah, they don't have any, anybody who knows anything about that stuff. I was saying prices would be fun. Buying and selling prices would be fun. A show on Ruben's buying and selling prices. Oh, Golden's art sales are terrible. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Well, they're not known for that. So why would you go there? As a buyer, you should go there if they have it sometimes.
He's a big sports card guy. Like he's the king of sports.
Yeah, he's a sports guy. Exactly. Look at that example, right? What kind of an idiot? No offense. I'm sorry to the guy who did that, but why would you take Justice League number 10? I'm assuming you're talking about the Silver Age one. For $55,000, he bought it off of Golden, and then resold it wholesale to another dealer quickly for $120. I mean, holy crap. Like talking to the solid state. Thank you. Yeah. Well, thankful for terrible memory auction. Never mind. Solid state. Right. Thank you. Yes. Ruben the connector. Yes. Oh, the Sikowski one. Right. All right. Let's move it on. Keep it rolling, everybody. Next piece is excellent. Here we go. Again, a once really wildly popular artist, didn't do much in this business. Stuck around for a few years, took off, but brought manga-esque style to this business, to the American comic book industry, and that's what made him popular. Check it out.
I thought you were going to say Ben Dunn.
No. Joe Mad, the famous Joe Mad, on a Excalibur cover, but of course, basically X-Men characters. You got Jean Grey, Colossus, Nightcrawler, Cyclops, Kitty Pryde, Professor X, and Phoenix. Great Phoenix image and really cool Colossus. Excalibur, although I never gave too much of a shit about Excalibur, I think it's kind of your, I don't know. I never found reading it was very interesting, but doesn't matter. The characters are all basically X-Men. And yeah, Joe Mad, because even though he didn't stay in the industry for very long, the fact that he brought a new type of style to the industry is what made his bones. And the fact that he didn't stick around makes his original art that much scarcer. So for all the fans from way back then who are now at that age where they can afford to buy it, they drive up his prices. So this doesn't shock me, Matt, that it sold for $24,000. I figured his stuff often sells for a lot of money.
Wraparound cover, it's
wraparound too. That's the thing. Yeah, that's a very, very key point. That it's the equivalent of two covers, right? Because even if you had just the front cover, right, a Joe Mad cover that featured a large image of Phoenix, who's a supremely popular and collected character, that would still be worth a lot of money, Yeah. And so then you got the back cover, and then, with the rest of the X-Men, yeah. So wraparound, twice the size, whatever. This sold for what I figured, it seemed like I wasn't a Joe Mad follower, but so I don't know what it should have sold for, but I felt, I wasn't surprised. To me, it sold for what I imagined it typically would sell for, right? Oh, and let's keep in mind, March is the first month. Let me just remind everybody, March 2020 is the month we're getting all the news about this thing that maybe we don't know nothing about it, but COVID may be something where oh my God, from the dark ages where you just breathe on somebody and they might drop dead as they walk down the street, right?
It was the first month of lockdown.
So yeah, so at that point, everybody's, what's going to happen? Oh my God, is this the first and final event that wipes our collections out, right? So everybody, including me, took an attitude, or most people did, took an attitude. Okay, I was asking, should I sell? Should I start sending shit into the auction house? And I'm like, no, that's by the time it sells, I may be getting killed for 10% of the value, So I figure I might as well wait it out. But in terms of buying, I and everybody else that I spoke to at the time were like, I'm going to hold off and see how this goes. Let's see what's going on here, what happens with this pandemic, whatever. But literally, 2 months later, people started buying. You saw the auction results were like, holy shit, everybody's still buying. Everybody's blowing their money. Okay, I guess it's okay to spend our money, keep going with this hobby, I guess it's not going to crash all of a sudden. So that's it. But what the point is I'm trying to say about this is that this piece at $24,000,
that was a risky spend then.
But it did not, right. But it did not, we can say that it did not benefit from the COVID burst.
Right.
Earlier. Didn't happen yet, right?
This is June is when it really starts to go bananas. You could say May, but really June. Yeah.
Right. So 24 grand. So we figure, okay, that's whatever. It's, he took a risk because of the whole, news coming out, but it seems to have sold for what it should have sold for, is what people were thinking. All right. So that's March. Sorry, did I say March? Yeah, March 2020.
He must have been a toilet paper wholesaler.
Let us see. December 2021. So it's a year and 9 months that he holds up. So less than 2 years. It sells, and he said. So let's look. He bought it at Heritage, right? And let's remember, Heritage is where you want to usually send your stuff to. If they get more eyeballs, you're more likely to do better there. So as the buyer, you're probably paying a very healthy price, right? It could be the fair price, but it's not usually going to be a deal, you know?
Right.
So then we see here, he did one of those classic moves. Oh, Comic Link only charges me 10%.
Oh my God.
Right? I want to avoid the heritage fees. So they'll only do 10%. Yeah. But not realizing what I keep saying that, yeah, but their lack of eyeballs means, sure, they can still get you somewhere in the ballpark. You know, it went over 20,000, right? But that doesn't mean you're not going to lose your shirt, right? And then look what happens. Like we said 2 weeks ago. So it sells for, you know, a reasonable 11.5% loss compared to the first time, right? But the guy had to pay 10% less. Whether he had to give away 10% of that, and the money that left him is the equivalent of a 20.4% loss. So he lost a fifth of his purchase price. I mean, that's crazy, man. Right? You lost whatever, $4 or $5 grand. Like, that's out of pocket. Like, that's crazy. Crazy. And think about it. The guy was probably thinking, yeah, this great stuff. I mean, look at this. Double page splash. All these great X-Men characters on it. Joe Mad, baby. Right? How can I lose? That's what he's probably thinking.
Joe Mad's run was so far past my interest in X-Men having waned, but clearly highly.
But I'm aware of.
Yeah.
But I'm aware of how others, you know, revere him and all that stuff. Yeah. You know. So yeah, so that again, it goes to show. So in the end, what happens is not only do you end up losing like $3 grand before the 10% fee, but then you've got what I called 2 weeks ago on the show, that extra sort of insulting only 10% selling fee slap in the face, right? It seems so cheap when you first think about it before you've consigned. But then when you keep consigning to them and the values they get are so much worse than heritage, your 10%, yeah, the 10% is cheap, but you're also probably getting 30 to 60% less on the value of the artwork at that auction house, you know, and that's how you lose, right? So
but again, it's hard math, right? Because, you know, in that market, you know, say it sells for $2,000 more at Heritage, but now you're paying 15 to 20%, you know, seller fee. And so you have to remove that higher percentage from the sale price, and then you have to remove that higher percentage of your, you know, your consignor fee. So you actually end up making less money maybe through Heritage than you make through Comic Link on that particular piece in that time frame. It's hard to kind of suss out, like with any degree of accuracy.
Yeah. And listen, Peter, again, we've said it over and over. There are so many little variables that we are not privy to. We don't know. You're pointing out a point that is, of course, it's correct. That's possible. Of course it is. I'm not unaware. Matt's not unaware of this. But at the same time, you don't know that is what happened. So there's no point in talking about that. We just know that that's a variable. Anything could have happened. But again, if you think of it just in terms of common sense, right? The likelihoods, right? We try to deal in likelihoods because we don't know all the facts. It is far more likely that again, this is just one person. So it's easy to say, maybe he lost his job and needed the money. Well, you can say that about everybody. But if you add up everybody who's reselling their stuff, not all of those people likely just finished losing their jobs. You know what I'm saying?
But just from a global finance standpoint, it was very irresponsible to spend $24,000 in March of 2020. I mean, like, that is, you know, take all of this off the table. Yeah. Take the subject of artwork off the table. Spending $24,000 in March of 2020 was ill-advised.
Yes. But I will say, I guess, in his defense, because you brought it up earlier, we don't know everybody's financial situation.
He might have been a toilet paper salesman.
Listen, the fact that most everybody I know, pretty much everybody, to be honest with that, when we got on the phone, we started talking, everybody that I know was like, yeah, I'm not touching shit. Let's just see what happens with this disease or whatever, let's just see how it plays out for the next little while. So for a guy to be hearing about this all over the news and not only continue to buy, but spend 24 large, to me, I think that's a sign that, hey, this guy's more in the upper, he can afford more than most of us can, right? So I guess it wasn't a big deal for him.
Or he blew his nest egg. He blew his nest egg at
you just never know.
the wrong time.
You never know. Again, but that's why it's pointless to talk about all the little variables that we have no idea. Carlos trying to be a shit disturber. Today's stream sponsored by Comic Link. When others are afraid,
we tell people all the time to buy on Comic Link and sell on Heritage.
Yeah. We say it all the time. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's keep it rolling. Next piece is this one. I think. When are we going to get to the Alcala, Newton Alcalas? Because we got a few of those. Maybe this is one of them. Here, let me check. No. So we have another Amazing Spider-Man from number 401 by Bagley Mahlstedt, December of 2021. So this is good into COVID. And okay, let me just say this, Matt. I just want to quickly say, it's not a Spidey splash. It's
no
a Peter.
Suit, no deal.
Yes. It's a Peter Parker page. But let me come back to you for a second. To me, this is like an in-between what you and I just said. Like, yes, if you have a panel page and Peter's standing around in his jacket doing jack fuck all, talking to somebody or just by himself, it's worthless, right? We know it's like
a title page. It is a title page on a Spider-Man book by Mark Bagley.
Oh, and you're missing the thing that gives it a little more value, actually, is
action. He's using his powers.
He's doing Spidey type things. So, that's why. Okay. So the only really bad thing is it's not in costume, right? Right. Okay. So what would you say?
I don't think that's a terrible price.
No, because I honestly thought, given that, I honestly thought it still went for more than it maybe should have. But I'll be honest, at the time I remember thinking, okay, it's not that much more. I thought it should be worth more, somewhere like 2 to 2.6, somewhere in there, So, but I was like, okay, so I figured my
high-end buyer premium.
No, I mean the price you pay.
Right.
Total price you paid is what it's worth.
Within the realm of reasonable overpayment.
Yeah. Okay, but let's see. So that's December 21, $3,000, everybody. Sells it in January 24. So one of the longest holds, right? One of the longest holds. So a little over 2 years. Okay, a little over 2 years. It's 2 years and a month, 2 years and 2 months, something like that. All right, and it sells for $26.40, and he sent it to Heritage. Not good, because you're gonna get stung with the way the fees work. That was the worst. That to me, that was the only real mistake. Like, I would even be willing to concede. I still think you paid a little too much. Okay, but fine. It's okay to pay too much. I've said that before. It's okay to overpay a little bit every now and then. It's fine. I'm willing to concede. I won't shaft you for like paying $3,000 for that. Fine. I can in a reasonable world say it's worth $3,000. Fine. But definitely that's the top in my head. Okay. And when you've paid the top, again, you don't go and try to flip it or whatever, resell it even 2 years later, not on Heritage. At this point, no, because of the structure of the fees.
I mean, if he had sold it 2 years later on Heritage, he would have made more money. He waited. It's weird. He kind of waited too long to sell this page. I mean, there's a couple other things about this. I don't think it's well drawn. I think it looks like he's falling in the foreground panel as opposed to actually using his powers. It's goofy. It's from an era of where Mark Bagley was following two amazing artists on Spider-Man, and it took him a while to grow into being a really great artist on the title. And certainly in that era, you really want carnage if you're going to buy a Bagley page, if possible. But it's when he started working with Bendis that he got really, really, really good. I mean, this would have been a hard pass, for me across the board. But he really, and I mean, I think the whole point of this show is that you think you think it's going to go up, and then you sell it and you get screwed. This guy waited too long, so he didn't make the same sin that other people have made in like selling too soon. He waited a legitimate amount of time almost, but he sold at what we've seen so far to be the bottom of the market. So,
yeah, sorry guys, I sorry to interrupt the Matt. Everybody's asking. The first time it sold, I don't know where. I can tell you it was not Heritage, and I'm pretty sure it was not Comic Link either. But I certainly searched as well as I could. I could not find where it had sold the first time. So unfortunately, I can't tell you where it sold the first time. Yeah, but the second time it was at Heritage. So yeah, so there you go. Yeah, everybody, thank you. Nick, thank you. And if you don't mind hitting there's still 42 of you here. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you can hit the thumbs up button, that's somewhere around here where I'm pointing, would really appreciate that. That'd be very nice of you. And Matt and I would appreciate it. Yes, can we get a few more likes? Let's get us to 50. I think our last episode, I think we ended up getting over 70 or something. Yeah. Although I care more about the views. We got some fantastic views. By the way, Matt, just so you know, I don't know if you bother to check, but we're getting close to 600 views on the episode from 2 weeks ago. Wow. As you know, I'm at 606 subscribers, and we're, I think, at 580 something on views for that episode. Yeah, so almost a 100% ratio, so yeah, fantastic.
When you slice this one up to take out all of the the pre-game fouls, we'll be gold. It'll be a phenomenal piece to watch on the rewind.
Exactly. It's the start of a new story arc for Spidey during the Clone Saga. Okay.
I mean, if there was a clone in it, it would have been a great piece. I get why the guy looked at it, but it was sort of like a rookie mistake, right? Like, oh, I see a bag, like as though all Bagley pieces are equal, as if all title pages are equal. I get why the guy saw that price and was like, oh, I'll buy that. But I don't think he was smart in the way that he calculated it. It's not surprising. It's unfortunate. And like I say, if he had sold it just a year and a half earlier, he probably would have made money on it because he would have caught the height of, the comic craze wave. And he also would have caught some hype on Spider-Man movie stuff.
But again, Matt, we don't know his reasons for selling, right? Yeah. So the fact that he held on to it as long as he did, just slightly over 2 years, that tells me there's less likely of a chance that he's a speculator flipper type. It's more likely that, okay, I either need the money or I just want to get the money so I can buy something else.
Or he picked up a better page and he's like, well, now I can get rid of this one.
Right. Exactly.
And that's probably a really common element that we haven't discussed yet, is that's something that we all do. It's like, oh, I bought this one because it's like I didn't know when I was going to be able to get in, and then I wound up getting this better piece, which is kind of what Nick was saying about the guy with the 2 Iron Man covers. That he upgraded. In that other case, it's unfortunate because of the amount of money being spent and the timing. But with this, it could have been that he just picked up something and was willing to let it go.
Yeah, that's it. It's okay, Carl. I'm just yanking your chain. And tomorrow's game, don't forget, everybody, if you're a football fan, tomorrow is the brother versus brother coaches, the Harbaugh brothers against each other tomorrow night. Yeah, exactly, CJ. Too many damn variables and unknowns. Again, which is why we kind of talk in generalities and using the more likelihood of things that are likely to have happened, right? And that's why you guys like to keep bringing up these less likely probabilities. Yes, we know they're possible, but they're still less likely, less probable. And we can't count on that having been the case because we don't know. Yeah. So that's it. Exactly, Peter. Yes, we're talking about potential motive scenarios, and we just don't know what they are. So it's no point in even discussing.
Here's a question, because he's invoking eBay. Is it dumb to sell original art on eBay? Unless you're a volume dealer.
I mean, I haven't used it in forever, so I I couldn't tell you. I can only tell you that when I used to use it, see, people always used to say, no, I get pretty good prices. And I sold my John Byrne or Pérez, this and that and the other. I'm like, okay, maybe it sounds like it's pretty okay. It'll still get good prices for, big name stuff, whatever. All I can tell you is from my own experience, I only used to use it to get rid of old inventory, as I mentioned, that I was sick and tired of looking at. Yeah. Typically, it was not bigger name artists, right? And that's what pissed me off, though, because the market, the wider market, the broader market, is not only the top hot names of our, throughout history, right? The broader market is filled and replete with more lesser name artists and not hot.
And you have a reserve price on eBay. You can do a buy it now.
True, but then again, when people hate it and we use that, it right away pisses people off, including me. I don't even look at that. I won't even bother to tune in and try to bid.
Well, not on a standard auction, but on a buy it now where you have the option.
Buy it now with a yeah.
I mean, I still, when I buy comic books, I buy a lot on eBay, and I'll buy, I'll offer what I feel is a fair price for something, and frequently people take it. I can see that being incredibly frustrating in dealing original artwork that way. When I've found art pieces on eBay that I like, I just pay it. Like, I don't think I think once actually I offered a little bit less, and they agreed to it, and I was shocked. And it was a really, really nice page too, which I was, again, surprised to see on eBay, because it seemed like it was so much less than it should have been priced.
Yep. Okay, let's go on to the next one, everybody. And I believe we now start a short string of Newton Alcala Batman.
What's with Newton? What's with all the Newton pages?
No, but to make it clear, guys, okay, and you too, Matt, I'm going to remind you. So a bunch of these had just suddenly hit the market back in the late teens. And then for whatever reason, a bunch of them were being, maybe the same guy who, maybe he bought a bunch of them. A bunch of them started coming out for sale, the same ones that I remember from the late teens, a few years later. Okay. Yeah. So and when they first sold, most of them were coming out on eBay. And previous to that, they were rare. Like, they didn't come up too often. And I thought they're not going expensive. I thought they were going for, what I thought. I guess it was a fair price for that. And in fact, I even made an argument once with a friend. I'm like, I could argue that they should be worth even more, because I think they're some of the most beautiful Batman art of throughout history. One of the most beautiful runs of any Batman run. So why they suddenly started selling for less as they, came out again a few years later, what can I tell you? I have no clue. I was shocked. I thought those were all better prices. Whoever bought them the second time around, I would think that they're doing okay today. Who knows, right? Who knows? But I'd be happy if I was the one who had been buying them all up at the lower prices. But anyways, let's take a look at the first one. And that is here. Not as strong as the examples from a couple of weeks ago. You'll see why. But still beautiful, aesthetically speaking. Check it out. So we have Batman 375. This is the penny page. Everybody loves Batcave pages, and especially when he's got those giant, all the giant things in his Batcave. Great images of them are really cool, I have to say.
You get Alcala inking, and it looks like Swamp Thing. It looks like Vertigo. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of good stuff in this, but not Batman. Well, I guess a little bit there in the corner.
Yeah, just one. Yeah, just one in there on the left and the top or whatever, But I'm telling you, believe it or not, people love that shit. People love things like, the famous penny from the Batcave, and look how beautifully it's illustrated, right? It's just a great panel for that reason.
Why is there a giant penny and a giant chess piece in the Batcave?
These are all, if I remember correctly, some real super hardcore. Maybe Kavi's a bit huge Batman fan. If I remember correctly, they were how do you call it? Like mementos of some of his cases from way back when. I think that's what it was. He kept mementos from some of his older cases. I think. Yeah. Yeah, he'll let us know.
You got a great recreation of the original Jerry Robinson Joker image in the background.
Sorry, what? Oh, yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. It's cool. Yeah. It's, and again, aesthetically, it's beautiful. And listen, it's not like it went for $1,500. It was $587.
Yeah.
Right now, at the time, I looked at it as roughly a $500 page. So,
Sure.
So when I saw it sell, I'm like, okay, like it sold for less than 100 extra. Yeah, that's still, it's within reason of what I thought. So to me, this was a fair price. Okay. Let me see. Barucci saying that the Boland, the Camelot sold for less than 20. That's pretty surprising. Let me jump ahead of you. Personal talking amongst yourself, guys. How well do we think the absolute Batman art will hold up over time? We've talked about that. We've talked about that about a month ago on an episode, Jeremy. But yeah, who knows? Who the hell knows, right? Nice, yeah. See, it might be a Mannix. Okay, you and your Mannix. One I can flip. Okay, let me skip this Mannix talk. What's going on there? From the Golden Age stories, right. But what I know that. But what I'm saying is, was it like mementos from his cases? Yes. Okay, so Kavi says, yeah, like trophies, mementos. Yeah, same shit. Yeah, from his old cases or whatever, you know. Marcus says he thinks it's worth it. And yeah, the Alfred face in panel 3 is fantastic. Exactly. Beautiful.
2018, though, in that $600 range, couldn't you possibly get like a latter day Marshall Rogers Batman page?
No. What do you mean
Not the original run. He came back and did like some fill-in issues in the, I want to say the 90s.
Oh yeah, but that stuff was kind of pretty bad.
I mean, it wasn't as good as this, but it's still Marshall Rogers. And Marshall Rogers is 10 times the name of Don Newton.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into it because we can do a whole show on it. But I think Marshall Rogers is one of the all-time most overrated artists of all time. But anyways, that's a whole show on its own, so I don't want to go there. But yeah, so that one was just under $600. Everybody, the date February of 2018, resold September 2018. So we're not even talking. This is both times pre-COVID, right? So check it out. The second month, and then resold in the 9th month. So 7 months later, right? And again, it sold for still over 500. So it basically sold within reason of what I thought. It was around $500. When you say around, yeah, 500 or 600, whatever, right? Same thing. So it's not like that's shocking, right? It's the FMV is always a range, as I say. So it could be more the first time or more the second time, but it's within range, so that's not shocking. So it's not to say that it was a bad thing. Now, trying to sell it 7 months later, that's never a smart thing, as we know, right? We've talked about that. But check it out. It's 13.3%. Still a pretty good percentage loss, even though thankfully on a net basis, net out of your pocket, it's not horrendous, right? Because it's a low priced item or whatever. But yeah, it doesn't really tell you much. It doesn't give us much info, really.
Still a night out at Outback,
Yeah. Look, you could sell that thing again today, and maybe you still get 500.
Yeah.
Or maybe the guy who loves those things in the Batcave, who loves Batman, he bids it up, and a few other people really kind of like it, and it goes for 700 or 800. Like
that Joker card is an interesting element. That's, of course, I hate the way it was cut at the top, but that Joker card adds an interesting dynamic to it. It's a tribute to, a kind of famous image, and there's not a whole lot of those in the entire run of Batman comics, but that's a really specific thing, having the Joker card and not the Joker, having a page that's got, one element of really cool Batcave stuff in it, but then, rather inconsequential panels as well illustrated as they are. It's a strange page.
Strange page?
Yeah, it's like an odd combination of elements.
Okay.
There's some strengths in it. There's like some really great strengths in it, but it's also not an easy piece to resell.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, the Joker's the wild card, CJ. Exactly, but all the more reason, again, even more reason when it doesn't have a lot more going for it to try to sell it privately, you know? So, all right, let's keep it rolling and go to the next piece. Next piece is, again, it is a Newton Alcala. It's got Batman, not much. It's got him, but this is, check this out. I'll talk about it when you guys look at it. It's still a great page for the other character that's on it. Check it out. Right. So it's got this is an A level page from the sense, okay, so if Deadshot was Batman, this is an A+ page. Now I still call it an A page because aesthetically it's still beautiful because this art team is fantastic. And as far as villains go, people love Deadshot. He's very visually, he's very cool looking. He's just a cool villain. So sorry,
it's missing a word. The guy lost almost when.
Sorry, and I hit the wrong. I forgot. I hit the second slide as well. This is the first one I was supposed to show you.
Yeah, so it was damaged between the original purchase and the resale.
So let's see. Okay, so September 2018, $1,209. I think at the time I thought that this might have been, seems a little bit much for just a, Batman only being in a couple of panels, really. But I still thought it should be worth at least $1,000, $1,100, whatever, just because of Deadshot and how beautiful the art is. But yeah, so September 2018, he did hold it for quite a long time, almost 4 years, right? Like 4 months short of 4 years. So yeah, 3 years and 8 months, and it's still lost 17.3%. So
he lost an original word balloon.
Yeah, the let's see here, the balloon in the bottom, is that the almost.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a significant reason for a loss there.
But don't forget, most people seeing it the second time, they probably didn't remember seeing it the first time. So they probably chalked it up. They're more likely to chalk it up as, okay, missing word balloon, that's kind of common for this era, whatever. It's only one tiny one, not a big deal. So I don't think that really factored in too much, Let's see what everybody else says. So Hoarders really likes that page. I mean, it's beautiful. I buy it and I hate Batman. Well, of course. So you hate Batman and he's barely there. So that makes sense. I pay more because of the way it's cut at the top. That's a $2,500 page now. I wouldn't go that high. I definitely would not go that high. I would still, now I'm so unsure about, these pages because of what's happened here. I'm so unsure that I don't know. I figure it would go for more than 1,000, but what would it go for? Would it go for 15? I don't feel confident that if you put it at auction that it would sell for above 15.
Yeah, I think the original price is probably pretty close to what it's worth right now.
Yeah, even Kavi says it's a nice page. One non-silhouette shot of Batman away from being $1,500. Did I miss the first?
You got his ankle. You have Batman's ankle in the bottom panel. It's just like goofy.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Newton's gonna have his revenge next week when he won't be able to hear Khazra. A B or C page? No, I think it's still an A page. I don't believe that only the main character has to be there to make it an A page. I think if you combine a great, beautiful, artistic looking page with, because it's a great art team, and the content is still a supporting character that's really like in every panel with great shots of him, I still think that's an A page. Again, we can all agree to disagree. Of course, some of us will say it's a B or C page. I get it, whatever. But to me, I don't think it drops that much. Deadshot page hinged on Will Smith. By May of 22, a lot of Newton art was coming out. What Nick said. You bought the penny page. Oh, I see. You'd buy the penny page. Okay, got it. I'm befuddled. No. There's a Newton Alcala page on eBay right now. Starting bid $435. No Batman, but Bullock and Dr. Fang. Yeah, we'll see what that goes for.
This one is as well illustrated as the other page, but it's a better page from the standpoint of the villain, the main villain of the issue being in every panel.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's compare it to another one then. I believe there's one more. Newton Alcala. I believe it's this one, or it might be later. Let's check it out and see what's next. Here we go. No, this is a Moon Knight page. So let's check this out. We go back to Marvel, everybody, and an early page, but thankfully not one of the Klaus Johnson pages. So it's a lot more suitable. It's the Neil Adams era, but really beautiful. If you like that era, it's a very beautiful page. I mean, it's got great images. He's, you know, the main character and fighting the main villain, action, and both characters are literally in every single panel. So as far as that, you know, those types of metrics are concerned, this is an A+ page. It's got everything that you look for when you look for, you know, that stuff that people want, right? Okay, great artist, the character that you want from the book that you want, obviously, with the villain, fighting the villain, and they're both in every single panel with some beautiful shots of them, right? So it's got everything going for it. However, I will say, I remember when this sold in 22.
There's not a clear shot of the hero's face.
That's true, although I don't think that hurts it that much. I think, to me, the biggest problem, it's not the page, it's, I remember thinking, whoa, what the hell? Why would you?
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, $5,000? Really?
Sienkiewicz got hot around then.
He did, yes. He started getting hot. A lot of the pages started selling for a few thousand bucks, yes. But like 3,000, 3,600, you know, that kind of stuff. $5,000? I was like, whoa, wow, that's really pushing it. Now, I will say, it wouldn't have shocked me much at that time had it been a great similar content page from later in the run when he's developing his own style, you know?
Yeah, when he was, as you said, this is the Neil Adams kind of tributary Bill Sienkiewicz.
Exactly. So, but yeah, $5,000. All right, so let's see what happens here. So this, again, to remind us, February of 2022, folks, $12 short of 5,000. It is then sold in September of 23. So he did hold on to it for a year and 7 months and sent it to Comic Link. Let me see. I don't know where it was purchased, unfortunately. Sent it to Comic Link and it sold for 17.8%. But remember, because of the fees, the 10% fee, the slap in the face, out of pocket, this guy was 26.1%. So over a quarter of what he spent on it. And not surprising. And I will say, to be fair, that in this case, I'm not going to say it's, the Comic Link factor. I'm going to say it's, you paid way too strong here. I think it's just a factor of, this was way strongly bought. So that's how I look at it. And out of pocket, the guy's 26.1%, everybody. Matt will be back in a second. So let me jump in and see what you guys think. I don't remember. I don't keep track of those dates, Sean. Maybe it was. I don't know, you know. I remember when these pages were coming out, I was befuddled by the prices. Yeah. Show was 2022. Okay. March. Okay. So it's very, very high, right, Tom? Yeah. It's like $5K, man. $5K. Wow. Thanks. So speculation. I don't know. Do you mean on the purchase or on the resale, Sean? Well, come on, Steve. That's nitpicking. Like I think what you're really saying is what Matt said, is that you're basically saying there's no facial shot, and that's true, but that wouldn't affect it that much when you have that many. The images are still
it's a battle page, and a battle page is a significant bonus.
You see more than enough of the hero in every panel and the villain.
I'd call it an A-, but it's still an A.
Yeah, to make up for the fact that you don't see the face. Okay, that's true, of course, but that wouldn't hurt it that much when the rest of the content is that solid. So there we go. The show was not well received.
I loved that show. I thought it was fantastic. Now he's getting a movie instead of a second season.
Nice. Jeremy, I think, I don't know if it's always FOMO. It's not quite the same as saying excitement. I think you just get excited. Oh, yeah, everybody's getting one of these. Let me get one of these, or what?
Hype, I don't know. Not FOMO, but hype.
Yeah, hype. Yeah, excitement about it. Yeah. Better Sienkiewicz Moon Knight number 12 sold on Heritage about 4 hours ago for $3,100. Okay, I'll listen, Tom. We have to take your word for it that you think it's a better page, whatever. But yeah, whatever. Saying that Moon Knight art buyer was probably speculating, that the TV Moon Knight show would do well and increase its value. Yeah,
or he just got excited about it. He loved the series, he loved the comic series, and maybe he was digging or looking forward to the show. And like you say, it's hype.
It's yeah, exactly. All right, let's keep it rolling, and we will go from Moon Knight. Here's another perfect example, another one of a fantastic artist, some nice. Very popular character with great images. Check it out, everybody. Check this out. Let me know what you think about this one, Matt, before I say anything. Okay, you don't look too happy. I can see you, and you don't look too happy. Okay, let me just say what I got to say before you shit on it, okay? The one negative that I never liked about a lot of Byrne's FF is that, and it was probably because, he was drawing 3 books at a time, writing some of them, whatever. So even he, being as good and fast as he was, he still has to meet deadlines. So he often didn't put backgrounds. So I will say, I hate that it doesn't have a background in panel 2 and in the last panel. And sorry, the last 2 panels. But I will say the positives are this. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 panels. She-Hulk is in every single one. She's in full figured in 2 of them. Almost full figured in a 3rd one. I'm sorry, full figured in 3 of them. Okay, so almost let's say 3/4 of her figure in a 4th one. And you don't always want every shot to be a full figured shot. You want a little variety. And oftentimes, I certainly love a mixture. If the character's in 5 panels, I want 1 or 2 full figured shots, but I also love a great facial close up. And that second panel. I think her face is absolutely beautiful. It's so cute. Plus, she's got the big boobs in that panel. And my favorite thing about it, other than the second panel, is that the last panel is a great running pose. I just think it's a great running pose. A lot of artists, I find, are cheesy with how they don't draw good running poses. But anyways, you look like you want to shit on it. So let me know, and I'll see what everybody else says.
What was the title of that book?
So this was the Fantastic Four 254, page 13.
Fantastic Four. Who's on that page?
Listen, usually I would say, yes, you're right, Matt. Okay, yes, for the most part, that's true. But come on, even that over the last many years, there has been a cadre of Byrne She-Hulk lovers who have come out of the woodwork, and they buy up all these, pay crazy prices for sensational She-Hulk Byrne pages. And don't forget, that stuff is nowhere, his second run especially, his second run on that title in the 90s, that's when he was using a fatter, chunkier line. His stuff no longer, he was on the decline.
I'll be honest, I haven't paid attention to those prices. But I will say this, that's in line with a really nice Fantastic Four page. Like a full team Fantastic Four page. And it's about twice, from what I remember, what a sensational She-Hulk page would have been. So I feel that person really overpaid, and I'm guessing when it resold, it sold for somewhere between $3,000 and $4,000.
Oh, wow. Okay. TV show helped. Yeah, but do you guys know the dates though? Because I don't know, when he bought that page, was that already pre the show or whatever? I don't know.
Wait, what's the date on the page?
Let me go back to it. It was.
Oh, that's way before the show.
That's way before, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's.
It might have been, and I don't even think it was announced yet back then, to be honest.
Yeah. some of the Moon Knight pages. Okay, you keep talking about Moon Knight. Peter, I'm not sure, but if you're hearing me right now, I don't know. Can you just hit refresh on your browser? I think you might be behind, or maybe you're just like still talking with somebody about Moon Knight. I don't know. But Ruben, where's the thing? Yeah, of course. Usually that the thing carries all the money. Torch carries some of the money, but only if he's with the thing. And the other two don't carry any money. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and I mean, this is definitely part of that, of her joining the team, maybe even after she was on the team. I can't remember exactly what the issues were. I remember loving that run. And there's an element of me that likes the Byrne Fantastic Four better than the Byrne X-Men. But to me, like, if it's a Fantastic Four page, I want the Fantastic Four on it.
Okay, but here's the thing. I know that. I get that. We don't have to talk about it. I get that. I know it. If you're a Fantastic Four fan, what I'm saying is, and again, this is one of those variables we don't know for a fact, okay? But what I'm saying is, I'm guessing, more than likely, the person who bought that, not only him, but the underbidders, were bidding on that because they're not because, oh, I'm a Byrne FF collector. No. I'm thinking that most of those bidders were, I love She-Hulk, and especially Byrne.
But then
She-Hulk.
they overpaid for a She-Hulk page. Like, they could have gotten a She-Hulk page cheaper.
Yeah, but the art in there is prime Byrne versus the one in the Sensational She-Hulk.
No, Sensational She-Hulk is great Byrne.
No. It was pretty good in the first run when he started.
Yeah.
But the second run where he came back later in the run, that shit also sells for like 3,000, 4,000 for like pages that she's on in every panel. And that stuff is crap.
It's not as good as that page, but it's also half as much.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, whatever. But okay, let's get back to it. And okay, Peter, no worries, appreciate it. She-Hulk was in pre-production until 2020. Hey, Evgeny! What's up? Matt looks like the villain in the new Alex Cross series. Good evening to you. Good evening to you, sir. It's better in FF. Yes, exactly. I think, and by the way, Matt, whether you or I disagree or agree on it, that's a correct statement by Marcus. Most people, the masses, especially those of us who are our age, who were around back in those 80s era when Byrne was on the FF, they would all Byrne fans. Let's call them Byrne fans from way back when.
I was one of them. I was buying that comic.
Okay,
I was loving that comic.
Okay, I'm just telling you, you may be an exception. The vast majority of Byrne fans will tell you, if we took a poll, they will tell you, oh yeah, I prefer the FF art over the Sensational She-Hulk art.
Right, but if you're a She-Hulk collector and you want She-Hulk art, you're also collecting Sensational She-Hulk, that comic. I mean, so you can't have your cake and eat it too here. It's either one or it's the other. And I think that, you know, if and people are saying that I'm too obsessed with the book title, except I'm exonerated by absolutely every sale. That when people are buying a book, they want the characters whose name are above title in the book, except when it's a first appearance or a villain, you know, someone that's like, making a special appearance. This is a character who's on the team. She's in a bunch of the panels. She's in the comic, and it's a Fantastic Four book. Yeah, I think if you go back and look at what's holding its price, then it's gonna be the full team.
Okay,
but it's a beautiful page.
I will admit that some of the value is because it's from the famous great Byrne FF run.
Yes.
Okay, some of the value is for that, of course. But I still think the majority of the value that the bidders were interested in was, oh, right, I love She-Hulk, and this is his best artwork. It's better than the Sensational stuff, so I'm gonna pay for this, and I expect to pay a little more for this than I would certainly for Sensational She-Hulk because it's from the FF run. But the bottom line, Matt, what I want to say though is, do you that aside, the whole thing about the FF is not there. Remember. Put that aside because most of the people who bid on this were bidding because they wanted a She-Hulk by Byrne page. It's not somebody who, I collect Fantastic Four art. Of course, why would you? The Fantastic Four aren't there, you know? So
Yeah.
as far as a Byrne She-Hulk page goes, how do you rate this?
I think you paid too much. I would have
Okay.
capped out at
All right.
probably just under $4,000 on this.
Okay. Well, some people are saying you're too obsessed with the title, and also you're too obsessed with the way that it's cut.
Well, I know I'm too obsessed with the way that it's cut. Like I know that that's not a popular opinion, but you know, it's not a mint page when it's all fucked up like that. There are mint pages, you know.
Mark is making a good point, right? Like the selling point is that it's Byrne at his early 80s time period. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you should pay a premium for that over, let's say, a sensational She-Hulk page, you know? Yeah. Okay, so let's show what it sold for. And it's already cheap. Yeah, it's already cheaper than the Prime FF pages.
Yeah.
So let's see what it sold for. So this is what? June 21, 6,600. And okay, let's see what happened here because it purchased that Heritage, sold. It did sell at Heritage, folks. I can tell you that. Resold in November of 2021. Matt.
I mean, I'm surprised that it held on that high, to be honest.
Yeah. So look at it, guys. 66, 54, and this is June, the 6th month of 20. Oh, sorry, no. So June 21. Right. Yes, right. So the 6 to 11, so 5 months, right?
Yeah.
Only 5 months. That's on a net basis, $1,200, right? From sale price to sale price, right? So that's already pretty chunky and hefty.
I mean,
That's
June that's the tipping point of the prices starting to go bananas.
Yep. Yes. So 18.2%, guys. But remember again, for the seller, even if he has a no seller fee deal, he lost 31.9%.
Yeah.
Okay. And if he had the deal that a lot of people get, only 10% seller's fee, then he still lost even more, 38.7%.
And so if that sold this year, it'd be even less because there's been a downward trend in John Byrne prices.
Yeah, you think so? I don't know. You think less than 5,400, you mean?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Like there's been a real downward trend in realized prices for John Byrne work. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of really great pages either. So we're seeing like Next Men and stuff like that. But I feel like there have been FF pages that went for a lot less than we might have thought. And certainly some of those She-Hulk pages went for a lot less.
Yeah, he loved it for those months for just $1,200, an amicable divorce.
Yeah.
He got away clean, according to my divorced friends. I don't know, man. To me, it's a big hit. Like I said, out of pocket, especially because it's probably 38.7% number. And I think that, John Byrne from a classic time period, a great popular character with great She-Hulk images. It's a travesty that you're taking not only a loss, but you're taking like what I can call a beating. You're taking a fucking beating, right? Almost 40% of your money you lost on it's got everything going for it. Again, character, the title, whatever, the prime period for the prime artist. You should never lose on stuff like that. Like that's, let alone take a beating on it, Matt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, you also pointed out, like the lack of background from an artist who was known in that series for really ornate backgrounds, the machinery that he was drawing in that time.
What I'm saying is that in the FF, he often did that. He often left.
He did occasionally. He got lazy occasionally.
Yeah.
But there's such great pages. I mean, that's the other thing too.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. So, but again, I think to me, I think we can agree, Matt, that a couple of mistakes were made there. Perhaps we can agree the first mistake is maybe you did pay too much. You got a little too aggressive. Maybe. Okay. I
think the second person paid too much too. That's what surprises me.
That's interesting. But I would say that the bigger mistake was, again, reselling it on Heritage because you did
5 months.
You sold, not only did you sell early, but sending it to Heritage. No, man. Like, Again, you got to understand the way the structure works is going to work so against you. It has to sell. It has to sell for so much higher the second time just to break even.
Yeah.
You know, just for you to pocket the same money you paid. Oh, it's frustrating, but whatever, man. People sometimes don't learn. What are you going to do? I need a few nice FF burn pages, but this one I have no interest in. Well, because you're looking for FF. That doesn't mean, you're not interested. She-Hulk collectors are super interested. It's a great page for them.
I sold years ago. I had a Sandman page from the Sean McManus run, and it had the Family Man on it eating a bird. And so it didn't have any of the main Sandman characters on it. I bought it because it was super cheap when I bought it. It was like $60. Okay. And I sold it a few years ago for, well, more than a few years ago for a hell of a lot more. But the person I sold it to loved the Family Man. Like that was more valuable to him because it was his favorite character. So in that regard, as you say, someone who loves the She-Hulk and loves the way that Byrne drew She-Hulk in the Fantastic Four got that panel, that great panel where she's so cute and it's a profile view. Yeah. That was a sell point for them, but I think they paid through the nose for it. And clearly, when they became less enamored for it and took that $1,200, shave, that maybe they realized it. And again, maybe they got a better page and they sold it. We don't know, but I think they paid too much, and I think that the second person that bought it paid a little too much as well.
All right. Hey, listen, that's what I love about having you. You and me, we agree on a lot of things, but when we disagree, we don't get all mad at each other. No. That's what's awesome, right? That we're honest with our opinions, and everybody can take it or leave it for whatever.
One thing I love about the way he drew her in the Fantastic Four as opposed to the way he drew her in She-Hulk, the tube socks.
Oh, the tube socks. You love that?
It's just a funny little thing. Like she was such a jock, and that was such a jock thing is the tube socks, the little lines across the top. You'd buy like a bag of 12 of them and they would have all different colors across, the thing. That was such a thing in 1983 that I think is a really kind of neat element to that page, which wouldn't be on the page now because they, of course, wouldn't draw tube socks on a superheroine.
Of course. It's of the time, obviously, right? Yeah.
But I mean, not even leg warmers, which might have even been like, I guess like oddly more fetishy, for like the collector of a She-Hulk, which is, I think, probably how he drew her in the solo series, if I remember, because that whole Olivia Newton-John and Let's Get Physical and Jane Fonda and all that stuff of that era.
Yeah.
But it's just a funny little detail.
Yeah, for sure. Someone offered on Heritage 4 times what I paid on Heritage. Should I take it? I don't know if you're joking as usual. I don't know if you're being serious because obviously you should know how to answer that. I would say, how do you care about it? Is it your Transformers 1 cover?
Don't treat this like a serious question. Come on.
But shit, I wish I would get like 4 times. Like on Heritage, the most I ever get offered is like 20 to 50% above what I paid for it, no matter how long ago it was. Like whatever.
Bigger question: what are we talking about? If you paid $100 for something 20 years ago, and someone offered you $400, and now it's worth $4,000, that's a dumb thing to do.
Exactly. So that's the thing. It's then a 20% to Heritage, and then the taxes. What do you mean? That's only for the buyer. You mean you're serious?
So he paid $2,500 for something. They offered 10. What is it, Marcus? Let's not dance around it.
Yeah, you bought it for $2,500, and he offered $10K. But what we don't know is how long ago did you pay $2,500 for it?
And what is it?
Right, because $2,500 15 years ago, it's probably worth $10K today, depending on what it is. But there's a very good chance that it's worth at least $10K today. So that's the thing. But you rejected it, which tells us you love your art and you probably think it's worth more. Oh, nice. 2019. But here's the thing. 2019, a lot of people, it's funny how people, I guess humans, right? We have such short memories.
Pre-pandemic.
2019 is the year before the pandemic, right? So I remember saying in the midst of it all, 2022, 2023, I was talking with friends and we're like, holy shit. You look across the board, there are so many types of art, mainstream comic art, that have gone up at least 5 times just since COVID. And some of this stuff has gone up 12 times. Like, it's just insane, you know? So 5 was kind of like the minimum for a lot of things. But hey, you've answered your own question, Marcus. Like, you know, obviously it was worth more to you. And it, again, a lot of things have gone up more than 4 times just in COVID alone. So I'm thinking, whatever this piece is, it's probably worth at least over 10K, which is why you also believe that and decided not to take it. If you take the offer, oh, okay, right. That's before Heritage's. By the way, Heritage gets 10%, not 20. On the make an offer portion of the website, it's 10. Okay, it's not 20. They only take 10%. I just sold something through it. I can tell you, it's only 10%.
And it's
not
for
20.
a functional auction. Yeah.
Yeah. So you would get back 9K, right? If he offered you 10, yeah, they would send you 9 grand. So that's it. But clearly, hey, look, you decided no, it wasn't worth it. So there you go. All right, let's keep it moving, everybody. And okay, he says, all right. Yeah. So the next piece is yes, this one. I used to own this. This was a part of my Incredible Hulk collection when I was focusing on that. And of course, I sold it 20 years ago. So this, check it out. Incredible Hulk 275, Sal Buscema Joe Sinnott, a beautiful 60% splash, 2/3 splash. So this sold on eBay in 2019, $2,025. And at the time, I thought that was a fair price. I thought it went for what it, you know, was probably right around what it probably should have been worth. You may or may not agree. I don't know. And then the person who bought this on eBay, and on this one, again, we don't really know, Matt, but I'm going to assume the chances are likelier that this was the reason for selling was because the person figured, oh, I got it on eBay. eBay, I get deals, so let me sell it on Heritage. Heritage gets more money. I'll be able to make a profit. That's what I'm thinking happened here. So they bought it September of 2019 and sold it 6 months later.
6 months. I mean,
6 months. Like, what are you thinking, dude? On Heritage. Come on, man.
the pattern,
So-
people, the pattern.
Right. So again, guys, it sells, right? It sells for a difference of 23% less, but to the seller, he probably lost 42.3% if he has a selling fee of 10% type deal, like most people at best. Okay.
Now that's the same month that guy paid $24,000 for a Joe Mad Excalibur cover.
Same one? What do you mean same one?
March 2020.
Oh, really? Okay.
So that's the same sale, probably.
I don't know, man, but like, yeah.
Same auction.
Yeah, same auction. Yeah. And even again, guys, even if he's one of the lucky guys at Heritage, they don't charge him a seller's fee. He took a 35.9% beatdown. He took a beating. Like,
now, I have an observation based on what we know. So that sold the same month, probably in the same auction as that Excalibur, wraparound cover. So in March 2020, when the world was falling apart and businesses were being closed in California and elsewhere,
what's up, Jason?
People had no money, but X-Men collectors had some money.
That's funny. I paid $2K for the Hulk, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that drops.
I think it's a beautiful page, and I honestly think that $2,000 on the line. I think it was a little irresponsible to be spending that money in that month. But that's not the month that it's. I mean, the $1,500 was the month that the guy picked it up. That was a very smart buy. I mean, that guy was banking on, I'm not going to lose my job, and this is a crazy low price, and I'm picking this up.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, that's our pal, your friend and mine, Neon Dragon, who ended up picking up. He was the rebuyer. He was the one who bought.
That was a smart purchase
on the resale. So yeah.
I mean, what's that worth now? What's a Sal Buscema Hulk worth now?
I mean, I see like good panel, like very, let's say very good, not A+, but let's say very good, panel pages. You still see them often, like $2,000. Occasionally, I'll see them a little like less in the teens, but sometimes I even see them at like 23, 22. You know what I mean? So this is like
that's
a 2/3
great page. That's like a pretty really what you want from a Sal Buscema Hulk page.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised it's not worth more, but I mean, to my point, I think that Hulk collectors don't have money and mutant collectors do.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, no love for the gamma rays, but yeah, that's good for you, John. Mr. Neon Dragon himself got that into his collection, and yeah, he's happy with it. So
I would think that would have to be in the $3,000 to $4,000 range, even now, where
Tom thinks $6K. I don't know about that, but it wouldn't shock me either. But yeah, I would certainly say $4K. That sounds like pretty good, right? Stanley going crazy with the 5 to 10K. That's kind of a 100% margin you're giving us on FMV there, Stanley. I mean, that's not much, that's kind of a wild guess.
Don't play horseshoes with that guy.
You've heard Hulk collectors are cheap. Hey, not this guy. At least not when I was collecting them. I sold a big comic March 2023 when the Feds closed banks a week before the auction, where everyone was running scared on bank failures. So COVID lockdown would have had the same effect March 2020. I don't know, man. What can I say? Those are variables that we don't know about, right?
Yeah. But I mean, we have two examples in this very same show. We have the Joe Mad page going for insanity $24,000, and then we've got that Buscema page going for $1,500. I mean, that's the same auction. So it's like, even within what we know about the world and like people like freaking out about not knowing what the future was going to hold, that X-Men collector clearly thought that he was safe, and he wound up not being so safe. And meanwhile, you have someone else picked up that Hulk page at a bargain. I mean, there's just no two ways about it.
Actually, Maki Poo, Stanley should offer that to Neon. No, Neon Dragon is the one who bought it at auction the second time around when it got.
Oh, she's saying that Stanley should offer 5 to 10K to Neon for it.
Offer. Exactly.
Oh, he is. Sorry, Maki. Yeah.
Yes. He. I think John would take that actually. So, So there you go. Whatever. Beautiful. Yeah. Great buy for sure. Again, it flips me out like to think though. Like, okay, you paid, like I said, what I thought it was maybe worth at the time. It wasn't the deal at the time, right? And you're flipping it 5 or 6 months later. You can't. You're paying full value.
Yeah.
If you pay full value, regardless of where you bought it, if you pay full market value, that's the exception to selling on Heritage. You do not send to Heritage. Let me make one thing clear, everybody. When I say, and I have said many times in the past, that when I really want to sell something at auction, I go to Heritage, right? Before anywhere else. Okay. Here's the thing, though. I guess I should have prefaced it. I want to add that when I do sell stuff, though, typically what I'm sending in is something that I probably held on to for several years. But more importantly, the stuff that I send in, it doesn't bother me that, okay, I know that, hey, if it doesn't perform well, I've got all those fees to contend with. The reason I'm willing to still take the risk is because the stuff that I send in, I've held it long enough that in most cases, it has already gone up by like multiple X.
Yeah.
Right. So even on a really bad auction, yes, it's still going to be disappointing to me, but I'm not going to be losing money. I'll still be making money. That's the thing, right? That's the big thing. That's what we keep harping about. It's the timing of it all. And even if you held on to it for, let's say, 5 years, let's say you had something for 5 or 7 years, make sure it has gone up multiple times. Like, look around and see what your thing is worth.
That's the easy math. That's just being smart about when you're selling things. I think a lot of the unknown variable is that, you know, if that guy was selling something in March of 2020, he might have been a restaurant owner or something like that, where he's like, I am screwed and I need to recover whatever money I can right now. And he didn't get as lucky as the guy who apparently sold that Excalibur cover to the guy that bought it. But I mean, there's always, you should always look around and see like, what can you get for thing? Otherwise it's a fire sale. Like if it hasn't gone up in multiples, it's a fire sale. If you know you're going to lose money, why are you selling it unless you absolutely need the money? And I don't think that everybody absolutely needs the money. I think that people tire of something and they just choose a bad opportunity to put it back out for sale.
Absolutely. Bad opportunity, or they make the wrong decision. They don't ever think, they don't seem to, we don't know obviously, but they don't see, when you look at these results, it just feels like a lot of people don't seem to give any thought to the nuance of buying and selling. All the little things, you know, they don't sit down, it seems, to think about, okay, what can go right? What can go wrong? What are the things I should consider? I mean, you kind of got to do that. That's how we know what we're doing, because we think of these things. Like because we don't want to lose money. So you have to.
You can have a super hot artist. I mean, this seems like it's going to be less likely in the next 4 years than it has been in the last 4 years. But that gets canceled, you know, and all of a sudden their work becomes hard to sell. Yeah. You know, and you see it with some people, you don't see it with other people. I mean, like, you know, Sandman art isn't getting any cheaper, even though Neil Gaiman is in a quasi-canceled status right now over accusations of bad behavior, which we don't know for sure. But that really hasn't affected Sandman stuff. But again, it's collaborative. He's the writer and he's not the artist. When Cam Stewart's work came under fire for him being a little creepy with some of his fans, it was hard to sell his work. Like, it was really hard, except for certain iconic covers. His interior pages became much more difficult to sell. So, I mean, there are those other things that you can't plan for. When you gather stuff to send into an auction, you might be sending it in last minute, which is 3 months before an auction. You might be sending it in a year before an auction. They may choose to leave certain pieces out for 2 years, depending upon the deal you sign. Right. So there's all kinds of economic changes that can happen. Sometimes you benefit from them, and sometimes you get screwed. JT. So, you know, it's real. That's beyond everybody's control. You know, like with comics, it was people sending stuff in to get graded and having to wait 18 months to get it back. Well, yeah, there's a whole up and down, peaks and valleys.
Of course. The entire market
art's a little bit different, but not entirely removed from those same, you know, environmental pressures.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's keep it rolling, everybody. There's less than a handful of pieces to go, and we'll hopefully make it. It definitely won't be 5 hours 17 minutes, but I'm hoping it's going to be not much more than the 4-hour mark. And technically, it's going to be less than that because we wasted the 8 minutes at the beginning with the technical difficulties. So let us keep it rolling. And yes, here I believe is the third and final example of the Newton Alcala. Check this one out. So again, in this case, I will say again, great art team. So it's always beautifully drawn, but in this case, yes, it's a weaker page because it's got Batman only in one panel. One panel. But then again, it only went for a little bit more than the page with the penny. So it seems to have gone appropriately, right? The penny was $587. And this one, it's got a better shot of Batman and with Robin swinging into action in the one panel. So
also got Mr. Freeze in the top panel.
Yeah. And it only went for an extra $39 more than the other one, right? So I'm like, again, when this came out, I thought, okay, this one's better than the other one. I thought the other one was like a $500 page. I'm thinking, yeah, this is probably like $550, $600. You know, it's similar, but a little bit better kind of thing, you know? So that's it. So that's December 2018. And then this person decides to resell it in September. So less than 2 years later, close to 2 years, but not quite. For $448 it sells. And I'm sorry, but I don't know where. Otherwise, I would have written it. I don't know. I don't remember where it sold.
Okay.
But yeah. But so just based, we don't even in this one, since we don't know where it sold, we only factor in the selling price and compare it to the second time it sold, the selling price, and that alone is a 28.5% beatdown. I mean, that's a beatdown, any way you look at it, right? And again, it's shocking in the sense of, like I said, I don't think that this was a bad price at the time. It was fine. You know, $600 and
a little high.
Yeah, but you know, whatever. At this price level, you're not worried about, oh my God, how much did I over? You know, you're dealing in dozens of dollars extra you may have paid more than it was worth. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's so negligible. It's not even worth worrying about. You know. So then when you see this, it's kind of like, wow, like it really is.
Yeah, that went a little cheap. You know, like I think so. I think it was a little too high the first time. It was a little too cheap the second time. And it's probably in the middle, right? Like now it would probably be like $550 or something like that. So, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, his market isn't so volatile. I mean, it's somewhere in that range of $400 to $600.
Yeah, exactly. And I will say, I'm one of those people who really do love those trophies in the Batcave. It's not to say I go out of my way to buy them or whatever.
That Joker card to me is it's like a really hard thing to like. It's such a weird thing that it becomes almost historic. Like it's a tribute to it, you know, to something that's lore within the community, but it's also important in the comic. But yeah, I mean, and there's also an incredibly well illustrated page, like much better than these other pages. Yeah,
absolutely. But there you go, everybody. At least that's a smaller one. So at least in the person's pocket, at least it's not a massive beating or whatever. You could survive that pretty well. Most people can, you know. All right, let's check out the next example, everyone. Let me see where that is. So let's see. We got 3 more to go, everybody. We stick with Batman, but not Newton Alcala. This is from an issue I remember as a kid loving it. And I was a fan of this artist too. I'm curious to see what everybody thinks about this. So let's check this out. Here we go. From Batman 400, the classic issue with the Sienkiewicz cover that had chapters drawn by a lot of different
and Jones.
Arthur Adams, like all the most popular artists of the time. And I made a mistake. I apologize, everybody. This is not Newton Alcala. I just was tired and I forgot to change the. I copied and pasted. This is Steve Lightle. Steve Lightle and I believe Larry Mahlstedt or Gary Martin inking, but definitely Steve Lightle pencils here. So let's make that clear. It's Steve Lightle, okay, and he's got a big fan following now. So when this sold, I thought, I was actually I had actually guessed 2,500 to 2,500. And if you remember the issue, I remember it fondly. So I figured anybody bidding on this, it's people who fondly remember it as well, buying it off the stands. I just love that image at the top left of all the villains running, escaping from Arkham. And they run to this cave where the Joker leads them, and all their costumes are hanging there inside this cave that, ready to, so they can put them all on and then go create havoc, So to me, it's pretty classic. So when this sold for this price at Comic Link, I was like, okay, that's fine. It sold right in the middle, right in the middle.
Said like $2,000. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I figured 2 to 2.5, so that's right in the middle of what I figured. So okay, that's fair, All right, now. Oh, and before I switch, let me see what some of the other people are saying. Hey, Stevie B, what's up? Question of the show sets the mark for longer show. It will not. Will there be an asterisk in the record book because of the technical difficulties on the? Of course, there would be an asterisk for that, for sure. It ain't gonna happen though. Don't worry. Yes, Jailbreak, cool page, but very dark. Very cool, Stanley. Come on, I missed this twice. Yeah, love Lightle. Me too. Fig Newton, what a DPS. Yeah, not Newton, Ilya, not Newton. Steve Lightle, my mistake. So yeah, so it sold fairly. That's what I thought was fairly. September 2019. And then it sold. The seller decided to sell it. I don't know where, unfortunately. But look where they sold it, Matt. February of 2020. Look at that. September of 19. So October, November, December, January, February. Like 5 months. And by the way, Matt, let's not also forget when we're, several of these pieces sold in 5 or 6 months, or resold, I should say. Let's not forget that oftentimes they're resold at auction. But in order for it to get to sell in February of 2020, that means the person
he
probably
flipped it in a month. Like it showed up and he's like sent it right back or didn't even take possession of it. Yeah.
Right? You already contacted them probably a month or two later. Hey, you want to take this one? Like, what? Oh my God. Yeah, so that's crazy. But check it out. Yeah. It goes for a piddly $1,580. 55 cents, a 30.6% haircut. That's even before any selling fees. So even if this was a resale on eBay, after your fees on eBay, you're looking at probably 42 to 44% loss or whatever, because you're losing 15%, 14 to 15% on eBay with all the fees plus PayPal. I mean, Jesus. I mean, to me, I think this is a great buy. $1,580. I don't know who has it today, but I think this is a really good buy. I mean, I think $2,000 is still a good price.
Any page in that issue that seems low just for being in Batman 400. Exactly.
That's another good point. Thank you, Matt. That's a very good point. A classic issue. Hey, Antoine, what is up, man? Lightle is very underrated. Certainly is. Newton on the brain. Exactly. Joker, you think this had to do with the Joker movie, but I don't think it had anything to do with it because I don't think it got overbid the first time. Oh, wow. Nicky B, you're missing a lot of stuff. That's what happens. You're too busy of a guy, man. They needed the money. That's a big hit. Yeah, they definitely took a hit. That's yeah, you're taking a beating when you're losing 30, almost 31% of the money. That 31%, that's just what it sold for compared to the first time. That doesn't take into account any selling fees because I don't know where it sold. The Levitt Giffen Lightle Mahlstedt Legion was just terrific. Missed those days. Yeah, that's classic stuff, Ian, for sure. Sean says, got to run, but wanted to say it was a fun show tonight. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that, man. If you're still here, I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thanks for dropping in. I think everyone here would have grabbed this. I think a lot of people would. Both prices are a great buy. Exactly, Nick. Exactly. So, yeah, there you go. Again, Matt, I don't know what to say to that other than I think since I believe it sold fairly the first time, I think the only thing I can say is stop selling your fucking art 5 months after you bought it. Right? The same old thing we keep repeating, right? Like in most cases, you're probably going to lose money. I think that's the advice we can give people. Yep. If you turn over your stuff too fast, and yes, that includes if your stuff is by the hottest, most popular artists of all time with the most popular characters. Yes. That won't save you. In most cases. It can, but you're taking a huge risk. The odds are against you, I think we can say, Matt, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember that issue had an introduction by Stephen King.
Yes, sir. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Both what came out on the market both times. Yeah, there's a good chance you're right on that, Marcus. If you buy something cheap, you can usually sell it quickly for a profit. If you buy it cheap, you need to know that you bought it cheap.
Yeah, that's can't buy it fair market value or above and then sell it quickly for a profit, usually.
Yeah, exactly. That's not going to happen. All right. Let's keep it rolling, everybody. A couple of more pieces. Hey, it's not going to be too bad. It'll be like an hour shorter than 2 weeks ago. All right. So second to last piece here. Let's check this one out. So this is ROM number 60 from the Steve Ditko era. I'm a lover of ROM, and I love Steve Ditko, and I really love that he took over ROM. It was cool at the time for me to remember that to see that one of the comics I was buying on a monthly basis was still being penciled by the guy that did Spidey way back when, you know.
A cool page, no ROM on it.
Yeah, so here's the thing is that when this sold, and check out the date, man. This is recently, right? This is recently. So this is only 6 months ago that this first sold, right? Now, when this first sold, and this came out of the Tom Palmer estate, okay, because it was on Heritage. To me, as much as I do love, and I do love the Dire Wraiths, they were such an awesome, cool villain for ROM, okay. But as much as I love them, you're right, Matt. They don't carry any value on their own. Okay, so whatever you pay for this, you're paying it for strictly the fact that you're getting a Ditko Marvel page. You know, that's it. So when I saw this end 6 months ago, I was like, whoa, that's a really strong price, given that there's literally no ROM on it, you know, not even a cameo in one panel. Come on, 1680, too much. So I think what I'm leaning towards here, before we even show what it resold for, is the fact that I can say right off the bat, I believe this was badly bought. I think they got way too excited, you know.
But I'd still say, you know, just by virtue of it being a Steve Ditko page.
Good night, Jeremy.
I would say that still would have had to have been worth $1,200.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Matt?
I mean, just by virtue of it being a published Marvel Ditko page, that it would still be like a $1,200 page. I would think.
Okay, so in that case, but it still has Dire Wraiths. Like I said, they by themselves don't really carry value, Nick, financial value.
I mean, to me, it's the bottom left. That panel with the face reminds me of Ditko's horror work from the 60s. And the top page action is very busy for a Ditko page, which is really cool. I mean, Dire Wraiths are interesting, but like they're the least spectacular part for me.
I do feel that the visuals are lovely. Like I said, I love Ditko. I love that the backgrounds make you feel like they're in whoever those characters are in the world of Doctor Strange. You know, this weird world that he, you know, Ditko and Stan,
like the pre-superhero stuff that he was doing. You know, that really out there stuff. Yeah,
mystical, weird stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's all well and good. So it's good. Like Marcus says, it's the kind of page you get if you are always a Ditko Spidey fan, like a lot of people, but you know you can't play in that market, and you just want to get yourself a Ditko page. That's what ROM has always been great for. I admit that, right? Personally, I feel it was expensive, even though the you know what's happening and the artistry, very nice, lovely. I still felt like what you were saying. I actually felt 12-ish should have been the top. So it's not like, okay, you know, we may be dickering. It sounds like we're dickering. Well, you know, 1680, 12.
I think we found that range.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just making the point that a lot of people listening and not commenting, but just listening, they may be thinking, well, but you're dickering for less than $500. Yeah, but at that price level, it's a big percentage difference, right? And not everybody who can afford a $1,200 page can stretch to $1,700.
25% more. Yeah.
Exactly. So let's check out what happened. And you know what's going to happen, because again, this was not only what like I said, Nicky doesn't think so. He thinks it's a fair price. I thought it was kind of high. But this was
from us speaking about it.
Yeah. 6 months ago. And look, it then sells in September. Holy shit. 4 months later for 11. And look where it sold again. So he bought it at Heritage. So you know you're paying, well, maybe he doesn't know, but you should know you're paying the full fair market value. So again, everybody, I got to come back and say, please, if you know that you feel you've paid full value for something, and if there's even a remote chance that you may have to sell it, you think you might sell it in the next 2-3 years, do not send it back to Heritage if that's where you bought it from. You're probably going to lose.
They sometimes extend you credit though too. So like if he was bidding in a new auction, he could kind of parlay it into a payment that actually saves you on taxes as well. So like you don't take the tax hit, which is a good thing that Heritage offers, and it's why one of the reasons why they do business in Texas. Also a state where you can make money on both sides of an exchange and you can bid on your own auctions. I mean, I think that's a cool ass page. To me, it's actually less cool because it's a ROM page. Like if it had been just like some kooky, mystical, weird, 1970s, mental comic, I think it might even have gone for more. The fact that it's ROM and doesn't have ROM might be, why it's less desirable.
That's definitely the difference. Because you can get, and I know it's not apples to apples, but listen, Sal's very popular. Okay, I know it's two different artists. You can't compare them, obviously, but just like the ROM pages by Ditko are popular and people want them, so too do people want. They really go after Sal's pages, and you can get, and he's the one who started the book. You can get, his pages. You can get plenty of them ranging in the 1,500 to 2,300 range, and they'll all have various levels of ROM, on them. At least you're getting some ROM there, and it's a popular artist as well. But with, Ditko, okay, like I know Ditko is the guy who did Spidey. It should be worth more. I don't know, but here's the thing. Even if it wasn't, even if what Nick said, he didn't think it was a bad price, $1,600. Even if he's right, because I could be wrong. Even if so, you paid $1,600. 4 or 5 months later, it's resold at the same place, Heritage of all places, where, by the way, let's take a look at it again real quick. Just the sales price, the difference in sales price alone, that people remember, the sold price you see, $1,140. That's the price that was the new buyer paid, including the 20% fee, a buyer's fee. Okay, that's the final price paid, $1,140. That means the pre-juice price was $950. Okay, so think about that. $950. Again,
that's a crazy low price.
If this guy was lucky enough to be one of those guys who doesn't get charged a selling fee, he's pocketing $950, which means he still lost. So what was it? 680. Hold on, it was 680.
More than a third.
Yes, right. It's look at that, man. Out of pocket, 43.5%, even if he has no seller's fees. But if he does have at least 10% seller's fees, he lost 49.2%. He lost half of what he spent because he sold it not only way too quickly, but he sent it to the wrong place.
I mean, I'd have paid what that second buyer paid for that in a heartbeat.
I agree. Look, $1,140. That's good. You get a nice, cool looking Ditko with nice things going on. Doesn't matter that if you don't, as long as you don't mind that the main character is not there. That's nice stuff, right? Yeah, it's worth buying. That's why I thought 1,680. That's like, man, $1,700. It's almost $2,000. Like at that point, psychologically, you're thinking. Let me see what these guys are saying. Yes, that is a drop. Wow. Still a really solid piece of art. It is, with 2 world-class artists. They are, and typographic elements too. Yeah, we said that. We admitted that. So we're not arguing the aesthetics. That's for sure. Should have sold on dueling dealers. More likely than not, he paid the full 20% in seller's fees because he would have had to consign a lot. Yeah, again, like we said, Nick, these are variables we don't know. I'm saying I know a lot of people who do have the 10% agreement, and I had others who've told me, oh, they get 15%. So And I do still know people, have friends who have completely waived, right? Because they have sent over the years, many years, they're grandfathered in, you sent in tons of stuff, expensive stuff, really high demand stuff, whatever, Yeah. So yeah, that's it, man. But yeah, sending it in again to them when you bought it from them 4 months later, it's guaranteed loss. Guaranteed, Whatever. All right, everybody, let's move it on. We've reached the last piece of the show here tonight. And for this, we're going to go back to Bagley Spidey art, similar to an example that we showed at the beginning of the show. So let's talk about this one. This one's going to be interesting. Okay, let's check this one out. So it's Amazing Spider-Man again, number 409, August of 21. So, COVID's raging.
Story? No, it's not the same storyline, is it?
I don't think so. No, this is the return.
No, it's years later.
Yeah. This is the return of Kane is another thing. So here we have whoever the hell that is. And okay, if we just talk about what's cool about it, personally, I've said this many times on my channel before, I love skeletons and skulls in illustration. And I'm a Spider-Man fan. And so to see a skeleton inside a bag that has torn up remnants of Spidey's costume, thereby giving the reader that idea that, oh my God, is that Spidey? He died and he's being stuffed, his skeleton's being stuffed in a bag, whatever. So that's cool. Aside from that, though, that typically doesn't bring money. Okay, a supposed Spidey skeleton, it ain't gonna bring too much money. So a page like this, you're buying it, and you got to pay for the splash premium, the title credit splash premium, the fact that it's from Amazing Spider-Man, and the fact that it's from now a very, very popular artist, Mark Bagley. Okay, but that's it. That's it. I mean, if we really want to talk about the cons, there's no Spider-Man on it. You know what I mean? There really isn't anything of
value. There's no Spider-Man on it. Because it's from the era of digital lettering, you can't even tell it's a title page.
Hold on. You see? West. What's up, West? I'm grandfathered in. See?
West, you're paying no fees to sell with Heritage.
Tell them, West. Some of us, I mean, not me, some of you pay no fees. I will tell you this, Matt. There were times, depending on what I told them I was willing to send in, and I insisted, I won't send it to you though unless you waive the fees.
Yeah.
And they accepted.
I don't think they did that on that ROM page, and I don't think they did it on the Spider-Man page.
Yeah. Clone Saga. This is Clone. He finds
Clone Saga. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Nick. But most people despise the Clone Saga. The people who like it mostly tend to be the people that were kids at the time. People who are already in their early 20s, adults, young adults, and older. They're like most people look back at that era as
with disdain. Yeah, it was just a terrible story.
Disdain, a lot of disdain. Yeah, the Clone Saga. Oh God, this would be the clone body Spidey dumped and okay. It's cool that they tied that in, but whatever. So this is the clone that died in the original run of the 70s. I remember. Okay, yes.
Excuse me.
Mark Bagley Bones, yes. 8 issues later. That's right. The other one was from 401. Thank you, Caesar. So this is 8 issues later.
There was lettering on that other page?
I believe so. Why?
This one has no lettering and it's a title page. There's nothing to indicate that it's actually a title page on this original artwork. Whereas on the previous artwork, I think there was lettering on the page, right?
Let's go back to it. And West is saying they pay me over Hammer. Oh, he's talking about, don't forget, because I didn't mention the best deal of all. Waiving the fee is not the best deal you can get. You can also, again, when you're talking high-end shit, right, like the best of the best primo stuff, you can not only get them to waive the seller's fee, you can then say,
portion of the
yes, I want a piece of what the buyer premium is exactly. So there you go.
Nice. Must be nice.
Show off, West. Thank you, Gil. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Be sure to check out. Were you here 2 weeks ago? I don't remember. But if you weren't here 2 weeks ago, make sure you check that one out. That was the first part to this show. That was awesome. Hey, guys, I just got back and reviewed the previous lot and realized I own that Batman 375.
That's funny.
That is funny. Wow. Cool, Lee. Go another hour, please. We will not. Not anymore. Spider-Verse movies made it hot again. Yeah.
Well,
I
don't know that Spider-Verse movies made the clone hotter again.
The readers of the time, they still have the same bad memories about that era that they did back then. So I'm going to say no.
I mean, really, the artwork that took the biggest pump from the Spider-Verse films is Humberto Ramos's, Miles Morales stuff. And then to a lesser degree, some of that Ultimate Spider-Man stuff that Bagley did. But this Amazing Spider-Man stuff, it's just not as good. It's not as well remembered. It's a different style that Bagley was using. He still hadn't quite found himself as a unique penciler. I do think this page is better illustrated than the other page by leaps and bounds, and it's only 8 issues later, apparently. But pop that up again. I mean, it's funny that the lettering covers elements of the artwork.
Yeah, I'm going to get to it in a second. Let me just do these comments, if I may. Nick, yeah, exactly. That's what I said, though. That's what I said. Unless you were a 10 to 12-year-old at that time, right, you typically have a bad view of it. And yes, that's why you're saying some may not like it, but there are fans in their mid-40s who love this. Of course, because those people are the people who were kids of 10 and 12 years old when those stories came out, which is why they're bringing it back, right? Marvel revisits it, So of course,
kind of famously the first generation to not do better than their parents, so they don't have a lot of investment.
Yes.
Yes, it's unfortunately. Sorry, guys.
I'd get the lettering on an acetate overlay and resell it. Ben Riley, right? The fans who love the Clone Saga are here, just as readers who love the bones on Wolverine. Yeah. The Clone Saga made me lose interest in ASM back then. Exactly. Yeah, you're one of the older guys. You're more my age and Nikki B's age. And actually, you're more like everybody here's, almost everybody here's this rough age range. So, yeah, exactly. And, thank you, everybody. Yeah, thanks, Nick, for rallying. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 52. Appreciate that. So yeah, let me pop that back up here. Take a look, one last look. Right. So, I see what you mean. Right, because I was looking at the color version. So yes, exactly. It doesn't have that stuff to make you think, and I would say, Matt, that when you look at the original, because it's missing everything in terms of the words, right? You kind of have to look up. Your eyes have to shift quickly up to the top border because you're wondering, is this in the middle of the story? Is this right? Is this the middle of the story splash? That's what I did when I first looked at it, because I was like, what's happening here? And when I looked up and saw, it's the first page. Okay, that's weird.
I mean, that's a huge amount of money. $4,200 for that is absolutely a lot of money.
Absolutely. People say that they don't like live felt. Okay, let's not get into that. Zero Kiori. Wow, it's been a while, man. Good to see you. This ASM page is being sold for $2.5K on CAF last week. Really interesting. Oh yeah, I remember. Actually, now that you say it, I remember seeing it. So that's an interesting little tidbit, and you'll see why though. Zero Kiori. You'll see why. Or last splash. Exactly, West. It looks like it's
looks much more like the last page than the title.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like what I'm saying is, it looks like by the time you get to this page, you've already been reading most of the story. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like. But yeah, so let's see here. Zero Kiori, check this out. Okay, everybody check this out. Here we go. So this is August 2021, 4,200. Resold in January 2024. So he at least held on to it for, what is this? August? Yeah, like 2.5 years or so. But he bought badly. Yeah. He bought badly. We both know, Matt, that spending $4,200 for a bag of bones is insanity, right? That's pure insanity. And check that out.
That seems pretty reasonable. I mean, that seems about what I would think that is worth.
Exactly. I would think today, and mind you, this was this year, but at the beginning of the year. But yeah, I would think today, somewhere in the 15 to 2 range, somebody would pay for it,
So clearly it being marked 2.5 last week is a pipe dream.
Well, yeah, and this is, you never know, right? But it probably didn't sell, but that's why he can afford to put it, because he's probably the guy who paid $14.40 for it.
Yeah, I would imagine.
So, yeah, good for him, right? But check that out. 65.8% loss. That's sale over sale, everybody. Sale over sale. The first price it sold for, the $4,200, compared to the, what was it?
4,200?
The 1,440. That by itself is the 65.8% loss. Okay.
Yeah.
But to the guy who bought it for 4,200, let's look at that, shall we? Out of his pocket, we're talking about now. If he's one of the lucky ones and doesn't get charged the heritage fees, he is out of pocket 71.5%. And if we assume
almost $3,000.
Yeah, if we assume he got a deal and paid only 10%, he still lost 74.3% out of pocket. Holy shit. I mean, that is a massive beating. Massive. Again, I wish I knew these people. Like, sometimes I'm like, what were you thinking? Again, you got to remember, yes, for the most part, you're better off selling things. Things go for more where there's more eyeballs and more competition by buyers. So yes, heritage is in general the best place to go. But that doesn't apply when you bought something at either full market value or stronger than
market value. Yeah.
Yeah. It just doesn't apply. At that point, that's the exception to the rule of what I always say about selling at heritage. In those cases, when you've fully bought in, you do not sell it at heritage. Do not consign it back to heritage. I mean, if it's 10 years later, you might be okay. Most people, as we know, do not hold on for 10 years. So you can't keep doing that. You're going to get killed because of how they structure the fees. You guys gotta understand that. Again, as a general rule, you send to heritage the stuff that you should already know you've got at least a double into, right? The things that have gone up at least double to what you paid or more, so that if it underperforms, you're probably still, not only are you not going to make money, you'll probably still make some money.
I got to think that the other person bidding on that was the seller's sister. Like, how did that get above 4,000? Because you need somebody else bidding it up. I mean, and that was easily twice what that should have gone for in that era. Like, easily twice that. Now, there's another aspect to it. We can say, like, well, let's give the guy the benefit of the doubt and say that was his era. Maybe it was even the first Spider-Man comic he bought. He opens it up, page 1. Oh my God, I can't believe I can get that. In that case, that's a really inexpensive nostalgia premium to pay. Right. To get that type of, if this was the case, and we have no reason to believe that it was, that at $4,000, that's pretty cheap for a nostalgia buzz. But then selling it, for that much less is crazy. There's an element of historical significance in that if that's the first appearance of the clone corpse in a Spider-Man comic, then that would mean something to people like Jordan, who likes his birth pages. Right. But is it that? Does it increase the value by that much? Like, I would tend to think not. And I think clearly it was overpaid to such a degree. I would say that normal price should have been about $1,500. Yeah. Really off for 12, so he really, really overpaid. That's going to be hard to ever recover that amount of money on. Like, even 10 years later.
Yeah, listen, yeah. So I don't know about 10 years. I think 10 years you'd probably be safe. 10 years is a long time in this hobby, especially given how fast everything tends to go up, right? And takes all the boats along with it. So I think that'd be okay. But again, it's supposition, so whatever. There's no way for us to prove it.
If clones become a thing again, or if it becomes an element of something on TV, if people ever regain trust in Disney as the docents of the Marvel universe. But I mean, that could change it too. Yeah, I was seeing a 2000 when it originally sold would have been my cap. But I do think that in January of 2024, that $1,500 was the cap. They got it a little bit cheap, but that's really kind of the value. Yeah. I mean, January was the dumping ground for original art this past year.
Look, I agree with Nick. I think 2K wouldn't be a bad price. Like I said earlier, I said today, somewhere around 15 to 2. I would, if anybody told me they bought it for that, if you bought it for 2, I'd be like, yeah, okay. And then like Zero Kiori mentioned, I did then notice it on Capcom. I noticed it. I was like, holy shit, we're going to talk about that next weekend. That's going to be funny, you know? And I saw it there for 2,500, like he said. I was like, oh, that's funny. For sure, he's the guy who bought it for 1,440, you know?
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if he finds a buyer or not. And I'm assuming it didn't. But since they don't keep up the results, we can't. I couldn't check to see what sold or not or whatever, you know? But yeah, I think 25 is still too much. But like I said, if you could get him down to, you know, $2,000, knowing he'll be happy, he should be happy if he can turn it around now and make his $500-600 or whatever, and just get rid of it, you know. I think that would be good for both people. You got an okay deal as a buyer, and the seller should be happy. It's not the greatest thing to invest in, you know. He definitely did the right move. He bought it because he felt like, oh, that's way too cheap compared to the first time, right? He probably knew that it sold for crazy ridiculous the first time and just took advantage of that, you know. And Stanley, I will say, many collectors aren't valuing story moments enough. I don't think that's true. I think we do value the story moments enough, but those story moments that carry monetary value that we are willing to bid up have to be stories and story beats that like the masses all agree and remember was a worthy story that we all love.
Consensus plays a big part. Even we'll say in the last 10 years of the Eisner Awards, the Eisner Awards have run counter to fandom. You know, like just the way that the Oscars sometimes, you know, Gandhi beat E.T. for the Best Picture Oscar. Like, which is insanity. As wonderfully epic as Gandhi is, it is not E.T., you know, and so in the last 10 or so years, the Eisner Awards have gotten a little esoteric in who they're giving awards to. So that's not necessarily giving a bump to the value of that artwork. Also, they don't have the text on them. So if you're buying something for the story element and it doesn't have an overlay with the text, it doesn't tell you why it's valuable. And even though, of course, in this era, the lettering is digital, so it wouldn't be included with the artwork, it behooves you almost to produce it and have it to be able to keep with the artwork. If you're a fan of it, if that's why you bought it. But I mean, it's a stretch, as you say, to say, you know, the Clone Wars were almost universally excoriated as terribly written, poorly done, and a bad idea. So, you know, it's not even as cool as the badly filled Captain America cover, which is so goofy and a visual thing.
Exactly. And that's the thing, is that it's like we were mentioning earlier, you know, with Nick, right, mentioning the today's 40-somethings. Yes, those were the people that in the mid-90s were 10, 12, 13 years old, and they like that stuff. Sure. The problem is that only they like it, and we, who grew up earlier before that, thought it was crap. And like you said, Matt, it was excoriated. It's known as an era in, you know, Spider-Man history that's considered just trash. It's just garbage.
Yeah.
So many people just don't even talk to me about that. So the people that were kids, we outnumber them, because in probably 1995, like the downturn of the industry was already in at that point.
Yeah.
So there was a much smaller number of people who read that stuff versus those of us who were older, reading since, let's say, the 70s or 80s, and then getting to that era and going like, what is this shit? It's just awful, you know? So that's the problem. That's the problem, Gil. Because you're
to answer
saying,
next question, I had mentioned the dumping ground of January 2024 that a lot of artwork went way under what people thought it was going to go for, specifically in January 2024. There was a lot of stuff that went like the bottom fell out on a lot of these pieces that were expected to achieve higher value. So like when you compare the original month to the month when it was sold, there's a real big difference in the market. And I'm sure he remembers it.
Gil, I just want to say that absolutely story adds value. However, it's not just like simple as that. Like you can't say, oh, you know, this story from Sectors. Remember that those insect characters, Sectors from 1986. Oh, I love that series. And this page is when the Sectors leader is killing the guy that betrayed him. That was the most key moment in the series. So I want $1,000 for this Sectors page. Like you're dreaming if you think that. You understand? That's my point being, the story adds value, yes, but only when the consensus from most people in the hobby all agree that, oh, that was a great moment in comics history or whatever from that title for those characters. You know what I mean? It can't just be in general to whoever read the story and loved it, you know? And it can't just be the people that read that title, and if it was a poorly bought title, or, you know what I mean? If it just didn't have a great readership, no, it's got to have mass appeal, basically. Consensus across the industry, the hobby, where everybody kind of know. Like, again, not to compare this level of love for a story, but the way people talk about Death of Phoenix storyline, right? I'm just trying to bring up the fact that that's a story where even if you weren't an X-Men fan, you're certainly aware that the Death of Phoenix was a supremely important time in comics, and you know that
it's contract in Titans, you know, like classic stuff. Yeah,
exactly. So yeah, so that's we just have to distinguish between that, you know. Remember the original idea of here it goes with the clone. Let's stop talking about the clone. I was happy to have Peter that's true. That's right. To try to get rid of the Mary Jane marriage thing. That's true. But then they did that stupid thing where, Mephisto.
Back Gwen Stacy, you know, like, I mean, maybe the only good thing that came out of that in a weird way, you know.
Yeah. That is nonsense. The last 3 years after Clone Saga story, the Bren Rocket. Yeah, whatever. I just don't care, Nick. No offense. Or to anybody who loves it. You can love what you like. That's okay. This is how your correction for. Okay. Yeah, agree that January was a creator on a lot of art. Funny you should say that, Matt. I got killed in January 24 on Heritage. Interesting. Yeah. Yes, the consensus on a larger scale. Exactly, Gil. Thank you. Yes, exactly. You know, anything that by the way, we'll get off the topic in a second, but anything that Alan Moore wrote, you know, that whole thing. It's like,
I mean, that's even the kind of crappy Image stuff, you know, I mean, like, and it was crappy. It was not top shelf Alan Moore, you know, like that stuff carries a premium because Alan Moore's name is associated with it. Yeah.
It carries a premium. It won't be the premium of Swamp Thing and Watchmen, but it'll be a premium compared to any other issue of that title that he may not have written or whatever.
But even like more recent stuff like Providence, like you can't find pages from Providence. That stuff is gone. Like the people who bought full issues of that comic and kept that.
Really?
Like it's kind of insane. I think it was Jason Burrows, but like there was a lot of those kinds of series. Mark Millar even has that to a degree where there are people that really, really love his stuff and they'll buy, you know, that stuff to the ends of the earth, and it becomes really hard to hunt. A lot of Vertigo stuff is really, really hard to hunt. I mean, Supreme Page, those had great artwork. And it was better than the other Image stuff of its era, but it's still like bottom tier in terms of the writing.
Right, but you would still have to pay more for those pages. You'd still pay a lot for those pages compared to who the hell else wrote? Who the hell was originally writing Supreme? You know, whoever that was, I don't know.
Probably, right? You know.
Yeah, right. So exactly, you know. Alan Moore and Chris Sprouse is a great art team. Those are among the few readable Image books. Okay. Yeah. Oh God, we stopped talking about the Clone Saga. Thank God you stopped talking about it. I hope you stopped talking about it, but then you're mentioning it again. But those are great Superman stories in Supreme. But that's what my friends tell me.
That's also Top Cow. That's not Image. But yeah.
So whatever. But anyways, everybody, that is it. Stanley, we are going to say our goodbyes and going to bow out and just mention that thank you to all of you again, especially like I said, this was supposed to be a 1-episode topic. And it just worked out that we could do 2, and Matt was willing to do both times. And, you know, I really appreciate it. The first one 2 weeks ago, don't forget, he filled in last minute, 3 days before the show. He filled in to replace Nikki, who couldn't make it. And he was nice enough when I said, hey, so then on the 24th, when we were supposed to initially do it, now I have to fill that slot. Are you still available for that? Would you still want to come back and keep that slot and do, you know, 1 week and then come back in 2 weeks later? Because if you do, I actually have enough examples of this stuff so we could split it into 2 episodes. Honestly, though, not realizing that it would be this popular of a topic. Like, I figured it'd be popular to talk about, but not enough to like how popular that first video was 2 weeks ago and all the views that got, and the fact that it went 5 hours and 17 minutes, and almost nobody dropped off up until close to the 5th hour mark. In the last 20 to 30 minutes, people started finally dropping off. You know, I know it was a holiday the next day, so that helped, but still, and it was a larger audience than usual, so it was fantastic. Anyways, and you know, guys,
great comments this time around. I mean, I really got to give a shout out to the chat. There were some really amazing points that were brought up. There were really great questions. There were great, you know, speculations about different aspects that we didn't get into last time, and some that brought them up in a different context. So that I think that, you know, as far as like being able to isolate certain elements of content, not something that Ruben does, but like if you were to do like those little like quick moments, you know, reels or whatever, this has so much of that in this particular episode. Thanks for hanging in through the technical difficulties that we had at the beginning. Certainly when he does what he's going to do, it's going to take him several hours beyond this. It's the wee hours of the morning in Canada. To be able to have this for the replay, it will be tighter.
I'm gonna chop it up first, because I can start chopping this episode up into chapters right away. But while I'm doing that, StreamYard software is like recording it apparently for posterity. Every time I go offline and I try to get out of the software, it asks me, okay, you want to record the video and the audio? Yes. And that's when it starts the process or whatever, you know. But I can start chopping it up. And then by the time I finish that, hopefully it'll be finished finalizing recording so that I can edit and go in to start editing out all that initial 38, 40 minutes or whatever at the beginning. So it won't look so bad for the. Can
I do a shameless self-promotion?
I was going to get to that. Give me a second.
Because I saw Nick write something and I was going to speak to it. I'll let you hit his comment first.
Okay. Just want to say, Lee, no, the all-time record, I believe, is just
5 hours and 17 minutes.
No, just over or just under 5.5 hours. So it's a few minutes past the 5.5 hour mark, or a few minutes before the 5.5 hour mark. Can't remember. So there's been several 4+ hour multiple episodes, but it's the 25th now. It is the 25th now. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Thank you all for listening and hanging out this long. Does Matt get paid for 2 days? He does, because he gets paid jack squat. So I'm happy to pay him for as many days as he wants to stay.
2 times 0 is the same thing as 1 times 0.
That's it. Can you do another State of Our Hobby show? I mean, I can. Did I do a second one already? I think I did a second one.
I mean, in a way, isn't this that?
This is very similar to that. And that's the thing, Stanley. What I wanted to say is that, believe me, I was recently trying to fill up some my schedule. And I thought, hey, maybe I can fill up one of these Sundays with another State of the Hobby episode. But I thought, has anything really happened since the last time that I did an episode that would be worth doing an episode on? I don't think there is. There's nothing really much to sort of talk about that's new and exciting. So not for the time being, Stanley. Not for the time being. What was else? So that was movie night. Was that the movie night? No, that was over 5 hours, but I don't think that was the. Yes, that was the one that made a record, Nick. So that made a record, and it became that impromptu. That was the Neon Dragon show and tell, which suddenly devolved into a movie show for an hour and 15 minutes at the end. So it became like 5+ hours, and that became the record at that time. But in the last 4 to 6 months, there was another episode. I can't remember which one it was, but we broke that record.
Yeah.
So that's it. And it wasn't the one from 2 weeks ago. The one from 2 weeks ago was probably second place now.
Yeah.
Now you're looking to see where we slotted in. But does that mean that the day of the Mono Prince is upon us? Okay. Record is 520.
Always upon us. The Mono Prince are always upon us, Marcus.
Record is 523 by Matt. Are you sure? Because 2 weeks ago was not the one. Two weeks ago was 5 hours, 17 minutes. Are you saying that it was one of Matt's episodes broke the 5 and did 523? What are you talking about, Stanley? Anyways, I don't want to keep talking about this. He's just getting me to talk more. But it was the benchmark at the time. Yeah. 8 months ago. 8 months ago. Wow. See, so for me, it feels like years because it's like, you just do it every week. You lose track of time. Feels like forever ago, Okay, but
I want to plug something.
Yeah. Give me a second. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't forget here another comment. I thought there was somebody else I wanted to say something to. Hold on. Oh, yeah. So I just missed some thank yous to all of you. Thank you again. Can you do another? Oh, hold on. And thank you for all the likes, of course, as well. Carl, thank you so much. Good discussion. Fun to listen in on. Have a great weekend. Thank you. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it. Great show again, guys. Thank you, Lee. Appreciate you. Great show. Ruben is so passionate. He could be talking about which way to insert the toilet roll and keep us all riveted for hours. So thank you. That's very nice of you. But my man Matt here, I can't do this type of stuff without him. So please give him as much credit, if not more, because he's awesome. That was it would have been a lot more of a boring 2 episodes if I just chose to do it by myself. Believe me, Matt adds it and makes it what it is. And you guys, like I always say, you guys, and like even Matt himself said, you guys are always great. I think you guys are always great. But like he said, a lot of just the comments on that certain, like again, observant,
particularly observant, yeah, like really
observant about certain things that you do think about if you're smart when you're doing this type of stuff, buying, selling, So absolutely. And oh my God, look who came back.
Yeah, I'm back.
2 weeks ago was 519. Okay, thank you. Just dropping back in. Wow, you guys are still on, but we're saying our goodbyes. We did start late. Comic Art 101 episode with Matt. So you're saying that's Comic Art 101 episode. That was the one that broke the record, the all-time record. Of course.
Oh yeah, that was that went a bit, and then we had extra guests.
Yeah, people wanted to hear Matt though, so it's understandable. My show, all my episodes with Matt go above average views, so that shows Matt that they want to hear you. That's the proof that you're popular. I'll take a little credit, but you get most of the credit. I'm happy to give.
You're just waiting for me to put my foot in my mouth, and I always deliver.
I will not watch. I don't know, Gladiator 2. I like the first. I own it. The first one. I don't like when they do sequels like 20 years later. Like who? I don't care anymore. It's too long.
Although I love the Blade Runner sequel. I might even like it better than Blade Runner. I've
heard people tell me that they loved it better than the original.
I do. I do like it better than the original.
So it might be something that I would check out. I'm not rushing out to do it, but there's a chance I may do that. As for Wicked, you know what, Marcus? I'm a since childhood I'm a Wizard of Oz fan. So when I heard about Wicked for the first time, how long has it been? 20 years ago when they first did that play. I thought, oh cool, some new wizard thing.
And fourth season, yeah, it's 20 years.
Right. So I oh, cool, some kind of new wizard thing. Oh, and then I heard it was a play, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to go to New York, whatever, just to go watch a play. And so I've never seen it. You know what? I'd be happy to watch the play on video if that exists. Do they ever do that? Like, can I?
So Wicked, the film only tells half the story.
That's why I'm talking about the play.
And it's like half an hour longer than the play. It only tells half the story.
But good night, Cap. But this is why I'm saying I would like to watch a showing of the original Wicked play. Like, does that exist? Can you watch that anywhere? Can you see that? Like,
well, I did a documentary back in 2008. I didn't make it, but I was part of the team that released it at Liberation, called Show Business, and it covers the entire 2004 season on Broadway. A lot of it is dedicated to Wicked. It's very worth watching to get that behind the scenes thing. If you can track it down, it's a documentary called Show Business.
Okay, another Blade Runner fan here, a sequel fan. 3 Point Marcus, Matt Spiel T. Are we doing movie 4 hours? No, we are not.
But I wanted to say to anybody who's still in, because we talked about Comic Art Live, and I actually bought a piece. I bought this illustrated cover, which is a wraparound, and I'm always going to ship for Dick and Babs. But that I put a bunch of new artwork up for Comic Art Live, and then drop the price on everything. It's on the Pop Sequentialism website right now. There's a lot of really, really good stuff. A lot of stuff you wouldn't expect probably to find in my gallery. So if you do go,
it's not in your CAF gallery. It's only on the popsequential.com site.
I've got a lot of stuff on Pop Sequentialism that is not in the CAF gallery at all. Yes. Okay,
but your stuff in CAF, it's listed as for sale. What you're selling right now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then it will connect back. But there's more on the website, a lot more on the website.
Okay. So
and a lot of it has been like heavily discounted just to be able to blow it out.
Oh, okay. Popsequentialism.com, correct?
Yep.
There you go. Go check it out. In fact, everybody, it's right down here. I always forget. It's right down here. The link to it is right down here below the description. So you can go check that out without having to go looking for it. So check that out.
There should be, Nick, there should be some stuff you would like, honestly. Knowing what you collect and having sold you a few pieces here now and again, there's going to be some stuff that you're going to like.
Ooh. By the way, Marcus claims that you have secrets about Cadence that you haven't divulged yet. Is he bullshitting? I think he's bullshitting.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't know either. But okay, everybody. Don't forget, by the way, Nikki B, if things go according to plan this time, Nikki and I will be here 2 weeks from now. Okay, so he's hopefully that show finally comes to pass. Hopefully it's fourth time the charm, and that will be what do we got here? Yeah, the 8th, December the 8th. So that's 2 weeks from now. And then please hang out. We're going to say bye-bye on the screen because I'm going to put up the thumbnail for next week. So goodbye, everybody. Thank you all again. And next week, please come back at the usual time. Well, first of all, as usual, don't forget Nikki B show on Friday, okay? And Nick, I did your promo when there was like the most amount of people here, so that worked out pretty good for you earlier in the show. But don't forget Nikki B here on Friday at right here on YouTube at youtube.com/theexp. 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. And then please come back and see me next Sunday for Show and Tell number 61. And, tonight is 61. Sorry, tonight 61. Come back for Show and Tell number 62, where we will have Kazra Jambari, who a lot of you now know since he has joined CAF, the Cal-Caf family, if you will. And so this will be a show and tell. That'll be his very eclectic collection, and should be a lot of fun. He's a pretty funny guy, so just based on that, should be a good time. And then a week after that will be Nikki B. But next week should be fun with Kazra, and come check it out. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Nick. Why does everybody keep asking for any Mannix? I don't, like I said on my T-shirt there. You know, it's, he's looking at the wrong basement. He's got to check with you or Lance. My goodness, Matt, Ernesto Garcia Seijas looks like Bolland. Okay.
That's from the 1940s, that piece.
Wow. Nice. Okay. No Mannix talk, please. Tell him no hats allowed. Well, I think he always wears a hat. So if it's not a hat, it's a hoodie. So more Mannix, please. Yeah. All right, everybody. So thank you again. Thank you, Matt. You're awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you. And yeah, be back next week. Don't forget Nikki B. And then come back here on Sunday to check out me and Kazra. All right, everybody. Peace. Thank you so much for 2 weeks ago with the first part of this show. And again, for tonight, it was awesome. So thank you very much. And yeah, peace out. We will catch you next week. Go Blue.